Getting into things. Last we left off, everyone had woken up in Bruques after a good night's long rest. Everyone gathered themselves, came down, discussed what you were all going to do for the day. You had some sparse business that you needed all to finish up. Mostly you guys needed to buy some mounts. Bruques is a farming town, and it has a lot of different industries that it works in outside of just agriculture, but they do have some mounts available. Not very many, but some. They did have some particularly impressive beasts available. How they came about them, you're not sure, but they had very few that they were willing to actually part with. One thing that you guys found is that they had 2 Olgaroths for sale, as well as 1 Sleipnir, as well as a series of standard mounts. Surprisingly, some of you guys decided to get some of the more exotic mounts, partly out of necessity, partly due to wishes to have something a little bit more impressive. So you bought 1 Olgaroth to carry Faith on, as his large form would have otherwise required you all to purchase a wagon of considerable size. Seraph, you decided to buy the Sleipnir. Making your way towards getting a pretty impressive mount, all things considered. The rest of you either purchased standard mounts or you took spells to enact your ability to carry yourselves, namely Akaris gathering the material components required for the spectral steed that he now has. As you all gathered yourselves, finished up your daily and morning routines of gathering your supplies, checking to make sure you had everything you needed for the road, gathering your mounts. You made your way outside after having completed all your business, and came to the surprising sight to find that Edoc Sylbane had apparently, through some unknown means, gathered equipment of her own, coming out in a rather resplendently beautiful panoply. Who and how it was paid for, currently unknown, as well as her own mount available and ready for you guys to travel with her, eliminating the need for you all to worry about who she was going to travel with, as that was primarily a concern at the beginning of the day. With the addition of a Sleipnir and an Olgaroth, that kind of slipped you guys' minds, not to mention a Spectral Steed, which doesn't have to worry about most weight requirements or stamina. You all gathered together just in time to find that there was a strange light coming from the south end of the city. More specifically, far past the end of the city. A couple of you guys noticed that there was a large ethereal plume of violet light that began to grow and expand rapidly. Upon a little bit of further investigation, utilizing a combination of familiars and weaving your way through the houses, you discovered that there was apparently something stirring in the forest to the south. There was a large, almost ethereally fire type of magic encompassing the area. Initially worried that it was going to forebode some form of cataclysmic event that could potentially catch you all in it, you came to the realization and the understanding that it was slowly expanding and stopped at the edge of the forest. Through Akaris's very basic understanding of some simple facts about the Undead Kingdom, you understand that it is likely some form of magic being created by the denizens of the country, or something bad is happening, whatever that may be. At the very least, it seemed to be affecting the lands of the Undead Kingdom specifically, and only, and then stopped. Shortly thereafter, you all reconvened with Toxus, finding that he had been completing some business in Bruques. After a few words were exchanged, some information was gathered, you all determined that you were ready to set off for home. After a long series of decisions about mounts, you finally got to use them, quickly moving through the ever-changing terrain. First the plains, then the forest, then the yellow sea, the desert, before you all arrived back safely to Melania. Nothing happened on the road of particular importance. However, you all did also spend a fairly lengthy period of time working on training, handling various different tasks as you traveled in your downtime, taking great efforts to make sure that you were putting in the effort and time to train on specific different desires. Akaris taking the lead as the only person who has been in a formal military here in the group. You took point and gave pointers and helped, kind of guided people in their progress, tutoring everyone to some extent, also providing undead for people to fight, as well as tutoring Eudoxial Bane, who has expressed an interest in learning how to defend herself, as she says that she is lacking in that area. You quickly found out that she has an incredible amount of supernatural abilities as far as physical strength, speed, stamina are concerned. She is the dexterity counterpart to Toxis's incredible strength, and they were able to fight on relatively even terms, which, considering everything, is an impressive feather in her cap. Toxis, being a very heavily trained warrior, was actually forced to be on his guard with her, which is not an easy feat, not an easy task to accomplish. You all train in your various different things. Some of you training on mounted combat, some of you training unmounted, some of you training with specific weapons or getting used to handling new weapons. Another important thing that happened shortly into the trip back home is that Sindri finally managed to call forth his old warhammer through whatever unknown means was separating or causing issues or friction with the warhammer returning to your side. Finally abated and thrown off to the side, you managed to finally regain your beloved and trusted war companion, this beautiful, gleaming Celtic piece of steel that almost embodies your sense of spirit as a warrior. As you have all gathered yourselves, gone through your training, made your way back, thankfully, with no sign of armies marching or the impending danger you were so on guard for, managing to make your way safely and quickly back to the city, thankfully mounted, cutting down the time significantly, you arrived to find that the previously massive shanty towns that had been surrounding Melania's gates, these large refugee camps, a weird, colossal mix of different races, mostly demi-humans and demi-morphs, coming together to seek aid from the vast city of Melania. Now almost entirely gone. Most of them that do remain are small remnants. Dozens rather than hundreds or thousands of tents are now available. Some of them are merchants in almost equal numbers at this point, which is not an odd sight, as you guys did arrive fairly early on, and they do have to process each person as you go in. The source of the demi-human vacant spot that they had originally held is currently unknown. But you made your way through, came to customs, and encountered your first interesting run-in with the economical laws regarding Melania. As you have heard about currency exchange before, but have never had to actually go through it yourself, you come to find that the majority of the gold and platinum, other coins that you had, have equivalent values, and you all had to exchange in all of your different coins for gold. I did roll for platinum pieces that you all had that came from Melania itself. There are a couple, and I'll be giving that out to you here in just a minute. But most of your currency was converted directly into gold so as not to break the economy of Melania, as they do have a very strict rule on spoils that are brought back. Artifacts are one thing. Gold itself is an entirely separate matter. Though it doesn't necessarily work outside of your favor, as it is still a fair equivalent transaction into gold pieces. You are by no means poor at this point. You all made your way in through the weird customs, came to rest just on the other side of the gate, and said your farewells. Very, very short, and in some cases non-existent. You quickly split and made your way away. Akara staying behind to say farewell to Toxis, as he was going to be heading back to whatever home he may have. You all quickly dissipated towards your are dispersed towards your various different guilds and homes, Edoc Sylvain opting to follow Akaris to the Black-Eyed Spire. You all have various different things that you wish to accomplish. Most of you want to try and go through the process of ranking up in the guild, in your respective guilds, as you guys have gained a fair bit of strength compared to the last time that you were here. There's also times that have changed and people you may need to catch up with, or places you may need to go, gold that might be burning holes in your pockets, or other unattended business that needs to be handled. So, with Toxus now gone, Edoc Sylvain, Akaris, and Titanea now safely secure within the Black-Eyed Spire, Sindri, Phaethon, and Xeon now safely tucked away within the confines of the Adventurers Guild. And with your strange new Loxodon friend seemingly deciding to opt out of going to either one of these guilds as he's not currently affiliated, instead opting to go and find a third-party tavern or inn to bed down for the night. You have all come home after a long journey, a successful hunt for a dragon, and have now had a good night's sleep within the safety and confines of a well-defended large city that is your current home, Melania. Having said all of that, the day, as you come into the morning, is now yours. Guys, what are you going to do?
We get an experience from the trainings.
The experience you gain from the trainings are all the rolls that you get that go towards your skill points.
Oh, okay.
It's a form of XP conversion towards skill points for downtime.
Previously, we got a little bit more than that because we didn't exactly have the levels 2 F skills. Now we do. So,
and that was direct combat training with Toxus, and the point was to try and get you guys' basic skills and strategies as a party up together. Which you guys did still also get skills for having gone through that, but that was a pre-level 5 adjustment for you guys having gone through training with a very effective teacher.
So what happens when I walk into the spire with Edoc Sylvain?
So when you went into the spire, primarily nothing major happened as far as no alarm bells were set off. People, guards didn't rush out or anything. You walked in, and I'm assuming you would have approached the counter. Would you have asked them any questions regarding that? Obviously, eyes are being pulled and heads are being turned by Edoc, but that's not an uncommon reaction at this point. That happens literally anywhere she goes.
Also, anytime me and Titanea seem to walk into that area, we're always something's wrong with us. I mean, we've had multiple times where things have just been kind of looking at us.
Yeah, you guys are definitely an intriguing addition to the Black-Eyed Spire. Not to say that the people there aren't observant and don't check in and follow the ongoings, going and comings of various different people, but you do seem to attract a lot of attention as far as pulling a lot of dramatic issues to the forefront. Though, go ahead and make an intelligence check as you are trying to determine whether or not this is overly abnormal.
24.
While you do pull a lot of attention, kind of like a popularity aggro, if you will, for all of the different weird things you seem to encounter, you are definitely an odd addition to the Spire with regards to your weird luck in running into things that are kind of beyond your normal realm. However, a lot of the people here in the Black-Eyed Spire are studious types. They're mages, they're researchers. There's a lot of passive work that gets done here, not combat-based work. You've been inside of the Adventurers Guild before. Things would probably be different if you brought Edoc there. Mm-hmm. Chances are there would be a pretty big hubbub. There's a lot more brash and outspoken people in the Adventurers Guild. People are loud and not necessarily socially tactful. Here in the Black-Eyed Spire, there's a sort of reserved atmosphere. Even though Edoc pulls a lot of attention and people are very attentive to what's happening, it doesn't necessarily mean that people of greater or equivalent rank couldn't potentially be doing interesting, loud, obnoxious things as well.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of people who tend to focus on research and study here. This is almost like a library, whereas the Adventurers Guild would be an equivalent of a tavern or an inn. The Adventurers Guild has far more people. It's very loud. It's very rambunctious. And if people have something on the mind, they say it very loudly to people. The Black-Eyed Spire, by comparison, is very much a quiet library where if you walk in wearing resplendent robes and a crown and all sorts of fancy gear and you have books floating around your head, you're going to draw attention naturally. But there's different reactions that can come from different circles of people and the sort of social etiquette that seems to exist. He definitely has strong eyes, not to denote that. Yeah.
I would like to trade notes with Shane.
Okay, I will have you roll for trying to find Shane later. You know from having bothered Shane for weeks on end that he does sleep. So right now is about the time he would be asleep. You guys do get there by the time you make your way fully into the city, into the spire, and up to the common room where you guys have your rooms on the offshoots. It's nighttime. It's 10, 11 p.m. at that point. Shane's probably passed out somewhere. So I'll have you look for him in the morning.
I thought we were doing morning time things.
Before that,
Sorry, it's because
you're doing nighttime.
yeah, it's because of Doc Sylvain. I was leading her too.
Exactly.
Like,
So
I just want to know what happened.
yeah, as you get in, she expresses that she wants to have a room. She wants a place to stay, basically. Now, you being the person who's actually established here and have brought her in, are you going to try and introduce her formally, or are you going to try and ask any questions or provide any headway? Is there anything that you're going to do as a member of the Black-Eyed Spire to speak with the counter people about T-Doc? Or are you just going to let her do or say whatever?
No, I will ask if there's any way to establish a guest room here at a cost, maybe, or...
Okay. They don't have a traditional guest room set up. Traditionally, if you're going to bring a guest in, they either stay with you or you usually provide some form of alternate space for them. That usually comes in the form of you getting them a tavern, or you have them gain some form of temporary membership, kind of like a visitor's pass, if that makes sense. However, upon noting these various different things, Edoc expresses that she wants to speak to them about possibly gaining membership. And they start having a conversation in and of themselves about all of that. Do you want to stick around for this conversation, or is that good enough for you?
No, I'll stick around because I understand that she won't get a room until after the trial period. So once everything's said and done, I will offer that I can get her a room at a very nice place in Tranquility.
Okay, certainly. I believe you do still actually have some credit left over there. Yeah. So
a day or two.
Or
yeah, I want to say it was closer to 3 days.
Whenever you gave it to me.
Yeah, because
you were paid for a week. You were there for 2 days. You used one, and Glane used one, because Glane went there one night because you offered it after you guys had rejoined parties for something. I don't remember what exactly it was, but Glane used one night. You used one night. You had paid for, or I say a week, but 7 days, and then you had 3 left. 2, 4, 7, 3. Yeah.
So yeah, if it comes to that point where they tell her that there is a trial period, so she won't get her bedroom. If that happens to her, maybe she's just powerful enough that like, okay, sure.
Okay.
But if it comes to that, I guess I'll mention that I don't know what affiliation lies there. I just know that from my experience, it is a nice place. It's quiet. Their tea is great.
That is a fair point. I actually need to... Okay. Right, so the conversation is fairly short. They express that if she wants to get a visitor's pass, she needs you to actively vouch for her. She would only be allowed 3 days to stay. She would have limited access. She is only allowed to access this floor and the exit. There are a few other things that they go through. After she expresses an interest in potentially being a member herself, they explain to her that there is a waiting process, that they have to evaluate her. They have to see where it is that she falls under specific categories. There's a process. They have her fill out her forms and a bunch of other things. It takes a few hours.
Yeah.
Are you going to stick around for the entire process?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. You're extremely tired. It's
Yeah.
been a very long day, and at this point it's about 2 to 3 in the morning. Hopefully you don't have an early start, because otherwise that'll suck. But they go through the entire process, and
grab some of those coffee and donuts that they have prepared.
Certainly. There are plenty of everlasting pastries there. So after the process ensues, and she waits for a number of hours, all of her information is given. All of it is taken back. It's processed. They bring her in to evaluate her. She's back there for about 20 minutes or so. The evaluations that you've had have lasted anywhere from 2 minutes to about 10 total, which is significantly longer than yours. But eventually, she comes back, and she comes up to you and simply expresses that she's accepted as a member, but there is still a trial period. Doesn't matter how strong you are, trial period is a trial period. So they won't be giving her a room of her own. She can either stay with you or she can get places elsewhere. Okay. Those are the two things that she can really do right now. So, depending on what you want to do. Are you still there?
I have nothing else to do except wait for Shane, so I'm probably just sitting in the common room. Okay. Staring.
There are some forms that you need to fill out, as she is still a potential liability, and should things go wrong, you're the person responsible for any damages. So they have you sign over the paperwork.
I must consult with my lawyer.
Who's your lawyer? I thought that was Shane.
Shane's your temporary.
Temporary lawyer.
You're my nighttime lawyer.
Okay. As your lawyer who's broken some laws in my own town, I suggest, what's the worst that can happen? You're right, that's stupid.
And I sign all the forms.
Okay. They give her a small silver square pennant. It's more of the shape of a diamond. And it just has, on the front of it, it just has a small etched symbol of the black-eyed spire, just a tower rising up to a point. They hand it over. They express to her, again, in very clear terms, that she has access to this common room, your room, and the entrance. And that's it. She accepts. She thanks you for the room, and she understands that you're probably not going to need it anyway. And she will leave unless you have anything else that you want to say to her.
No, I'm tired.
Okay.
I sleep.
So, all of that is taken care of. She's put in her forms. They will have a week-long trial period of just evaluating her as she goes about her business here. And then she's going to be given her rank and everything else. As you've already gone through this process, you understand.
Yeah.
And then she will head off to bed. I'm assuming you will follow towards your room, go to sleep. What are you going to do?
I'm going to sit in the common room with Rishi. Also,
Okay.
I think my room is currently furnished with a single ornate egg. If I remember correctly.
There's still a bed proper in there.
Oh yeah, there's a bed.
Where did you get the egg?
I don't remember. I know I had like one decorative thing in my room that I just picked up from somewhere.
I don't remember you ever getting that.
It might not be an egg. It might be it's some like useless trinket.
Okay, you have a random useless trinket in your room. Sure.
Could be an ornate, just one of those like ceramic ones with like.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
Fabergé.
like a Fabergé egg, but just probably not an actual Fabergé egg. Anyway.
Just a stone that someone painted.
Sure.
Like it's
You have an ornate thing in your room. Okay, so morning comes. Are you waking up early, or are you just gonna sleep in?
Sleep for forever.
Probably sleep in.
Okay.
If I do wake up early because my body just forces me to, if that's a thing, then I will probably take a very long shower. It's a very, very long shower. The types where you fall asleep in and you wake
Sure.
up like,
Sure. You wake up and your skin is scalding because you let it be pretty hot, all things considered, and you feel, whoa. Taking very, very hot showers for too long can really fuck you up. You eventually crawl out and your entire body is numb, everything is overly sensitive, your head is swimming and you feel dizzy, like almost nauseatedly dizzy. You dry yourself off and you throw yourself on your bed, and it feels wonderful. You pass out for the next 12 hours. So I'll say that you wake up around noon, probably later. No, much later. You wake up in the afternoon.
yeah, because if I wake up early, 6 a.m., and if it's 12, and an hour later of me being in the shower, 7, 12, it's like 7 p.m.
Yeah, it's getting on to actually evening at this point. Yeah, no, that's a fair point. Yeah, so you're out for the day. You've earned it. You've earned it.
Tired.
Go ahead and make a perception check for me
Yeah.
to see Shane.
I'm a dragon.
You can't. Anyway. I mean, you could try and send some
Use
ants around the entire place.
Use
but...
endurance.
I do that too.
Okay, sure. What are you three going to do?
Ranking up. Yeah, ranking up.
13.
Alright, so 13, I'll get to you in a second. So, as you all wake up and you work your way downstairs and you put in your applications for the attempted promotion, you are all quickly notified that there is a massive backlog. As people have been struggling desperately over and over and over to try and rank up during these hostile times. You're quickly told that the city currently has a ongoing and strict policy that the only people who are supposed to be leaving the city unescorted are those of steel and above. Considering you guys at your current ranks don't meet that criteria, you would need to rank up and be promoted before you can get anywhere else. But that also holds true for all of the other adventurers. And since you guys have been gone for a number of weeks, and this process has still been ongoing, some of the restrictions have been lifted. People can walk about the city now. Still not advised to be out too late after dark if you don't have dark vision or are not nocturnal. You understand that there's also a open notice to the citizens that some demi-humans and heteromorphs are now in the city. No, you don't have to run away from them. No, you don't have to fight them. No, they're not a problem. Yes, they've been vetted. Don't worry about it. If you want to talk to them, sure, whatever. But they aren't a problem. There are not monsters roaming the streets trying to eat children. Having also said that, there is an open notice for people to be on the lookout for any undead. Specifically, any undead that seem to be skulking about. You quickly pick up the information from chatter and otherwise that evidently the Undead Kingdom recently sent out an envoy who is currently residing in the city and has offered the demi-humans and heteromorphs that arrived at Melania a place to stay within the Undead Kingdom. Some, the majority, went. There are a number of them, however, that are still in the shanty towns outside, and another portion that actually managed to get approved and vetted and get into Melania. So the demi-human population of refugees has been dwindling outside the city walls. But there is a clear open contract, an unspoken open contract, on any shady shit that any undead are doing. So keep an eye out for that. Don't kill the monsters. They're not here to eat your children. Right now, it's going to be at least a week and a half, 15 days, for you guys to get your next shot at a rank up, because things have been very backlogged. So, unless people, for whatever reason, start dropping out and start telling the guild that they don't want to try and attempt, people are putting in their options for attempting this process almost constantly. So they are very backlogged right now. They don't have that many proctors, and there's only so much that they can really do. So, having said that, you guys have put in all of your applications. Estimated 15-day wait period. Is there anything else that you want to do with the guild, or anything else you guys want to do in the city before we get anywhere else?
Are there any missions, like posted jobs?
Yes. So the reason I said that there was an unspoken contract for the undead is because there is not, in fact, one for finding and killing undead within the city. That's not a thing. They've just politely, under the table, asked everybody to keep an eye out for signs of undead fucking with people in the city. The jobs that are there are mostly mundane. With you guys' current ranks, the only ones that the guild will let you pursue are either escort missions, gathering materials from the surrounding either Yellow Sea, the forest around. There is a few fishing escort missions out into the ocean. There's also a couple of escort missions to Terramount. There is some opportunities for people to help with dock work or to help with the inner city immigration officials, as they right now need a lot of people to help man the walls or help process people if you're a good communicator. Either if you know multiple demi-human languages or if you're a good communicator in the sense of if you have a high charisma skill, effectively. Beyond that, the only one really that's currently available that seems beyond the normal mundane, hey, you're a day laborer, you just happen to be working for the Adventurers Guild, is that there is still that contract for an escort mission to what is now changed from an investigation into an anomaly, and now seems to be added escorted guards for researchers to go back and forth between what is apparently a new city, structure, temple, lair, something under the ocean. There has been some form of structure found about 8 miles off of the coast of the Melanian coastline, specifically off of the docks to the north. There's apparently some sort of something found underneath there. Some form of structure, some form of city. They're not entirely sure. They have researchers out there right now trying to figure out what the hell it is. And they need escorted armed guards to help people go out there, come back. Some of them can stay in the city for a few days and help if they have skills that are useful for such things. But that's the only thing that is not the normal mundane day laborer crap.
What do you think, Faith?
I got some things to look for. I need to find Civic.
What?
And then Phaethon. Oh, wait. There's still the travel around the town restrictions. Are those been lifted?
No, those have been lifted. You're allowed to walk around now. They advise caution at night if you do not have either dark vision or are not a nocturnal being. Mm-hmm. But you are allowed to walk around now. The martial law has been lifted.
All right. I'm gonna go out looking for Siddiq.
Siddiq?
The goblin gnome thing.
Which
the one that whenever he wants to get the wand inside his arm, right?
Mm-hmm. I was looking to find someone that could make warforged components.
That's right.
I forgot about him.
Yeah. It's been a while.
Like Phaethon has written these things down.
Yes. So if I remember correctly, you would need to go to one of the guilds. 1 second. Well, technically not a guild. Well, do you want to go directly to that shop owner, or do you want to go to one of the smithing guilds? Because the twins could work. Because there's those 2 shops directly across from each other. Siddiq is the one that you went to go talk to. That was the actual magic shop. they're brothers. They really don't like each other. Did you want to go to them, or did you want to, now that you have some more coin, try and look for someone more skilled? He had a fairly small shop.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah. I'll try to look for someone who is maybe more well versed in that. I guess either based on either how if they specialize in or forged components, or if they're capable of making it in the first place.
Okay.
Probably more likely maybe someone magical in general.
Go ahead and make an investigation check. Titania. So, you look through pretty much the entirety of the common room floor trying to find Shane. You don't see Shane anywhere. Your aunts come back with nothing. You wait well into the day, and it doesn't seem that he's currently here.
Can I leave a message with someone at the desk?
Sure. What are you telling them?
I'm going to tell them that if any of them see Shane, to let them know that Titania has more notes for him.
Okay. Okay. You do so. They'll let you know that if they see him, they will drop off the note with him.
Excellent.
So, the rest of the day is yours.
I would like to test. Test.
Okay. You put in your papers for promotion. They're available to see you today, later in the afternoon, when one of the proctors is currently available. Beyond that, it won't be a big deal for you. Black Ice Fire has very few members and can handle things like that much easier.
Okay.
I rolled a nat 20, but I didn't declare which stat I was going to go with on it.
That's fine. Natural 20 just gives you an extra added bonus towards your total roll, so you choose your skill anyway. It's not a big deal.
I'll go with my... If I did, can I do endurance for this, or just going from place to place, or
no? Because it's not a matter of enduring the running. If you were a biological person, I could say you're just trying to run yourself to death, going between places in the city. But you're a construct; you can just walk forever.
All right. The best I got, would luck work?
Sure, getting lucky by just asking random people on the street could definitely be a thing.
So 27.
27. Okay.
At a nat
plus
20.
Sure. With the plus 10, that puts you at 37. You ask around, and you're headed towards markets as you're doing this, mostly asking merchants or different caravans, people who look like they have armor or equipment on. You speak with some people who give you a series of recommendations. Some of them say that they can do it for you. They look mostly like merchants who are just trying to get you to buy some of their shit. When you start talking about building constructs, golems, expertise, and those sorts of things, or different types of in-depth work, some of them recoil. Some of them are clearly snake oil salesmen, are trying to tell you that they could totally take you apart and could totally rebuild you and give you a whole new look. It's all sorts of stupid shit that makes no sense. Eventually, you do come across a couple of people who look like actual adventurers. They're set up in what looks like matching purple scale mail sets, and they quickly let you know that if you're going to try and get anything technical done with you, especially if you're trying to have either additions put in, or if that includes magic, making sure it doesn't conflict with yourself, or custom-made stuff, you only really have 3 options. You can go to the Magician's Guild and try and get them to enchant something directly onto you, like onto your arm specifically. You would need someone who's skilled in overlapping enchantments to actually do that. The second would be to go to the Artisan's Guild and to hope that they have whatever it is you're looking for in stock, and then custom tailor make it to fit onto you, so that way you can have it. Or to go to the Compound Emporium, which is the smithing guild. They have ties to a lot of the merchants, and they are the primary source of new created works. weapons, armor, different pieces or bits of supplies or mundane items that have been modified or increased. That's also where a lot of the dwarves and gnomes are, and so if you need anything that's clockwork, mechanical, or otherwise, that's your best bet. So it depends on where you want to go for what you're looking for.
All right, I guess you can go from me for now. I'll try to figure it out.
Sure. Sindri.
I'm gonna find that place that the cleric told me about.
Okay, if I remember correctly, you were going to go somewhere else first. You said you were... I think you said that you were going to go...
6 or 7 blocks from the Crystal Castle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm talking about.
Okay, I could have sworn that you said you were going to go...
No, he said he was going to do that first, and then Ethan brought up ranking up, and then he was like, and I want to go rank up too.
Okay, okay, so you just needed to stop by the guild first.
Yeah.
Okay. When you guys arrived at the guild, I would say that you guys had probably put in your options for promotion the day that you actually arrived, which means that you guys are now down to 14 days, including the day you're on.
Didn't we do it before we went off to the trip, but then we got called to
your time long since came up, you weren't available, and they skipped you and went on. So they're not going to reserve a slot for you just because you were gone at the time.
No, I forgot it was 3 weeks.
Yeah, you guys have been gone for a while. So I think that they had said that you guys were going to have a couple of days. I think it was like 5 or 6 days before, but you guys got picked up by Toxis for that contract. Bringing things back on. Okay. All right, so you make your way towards the Crystal Castle, as that's the biggest, easiest landmark for you to find initially, before you head off to go find this temple of sorts that you've been told about. You ask some questions, find your way around, and it's not terribly hard to find. It's still a relatively large building. It's not hidden in an alleyway or anything. You come up to what looks like a very familiar aesthetic to you. You see what looks like depictions of various different Norse gods. You see Odin, you see Loki, you see Thor, you see different depictions of wolves, bears, and other kinds of creatures, ravens and other sorts that are associated. You see some depictions of various different murals from glorious battles past or other intriguing art objects on top of it. It is a 2-story tall building, and it looks more like it looks almost like an artistic monument to the Norse mythology rather than a traditional a temple. It doesn't have those cast iron exterior portions that are kind of engraved or made into different depictions of things. It seems like a series of walls that are set up in kind of carved murals. There are no stained glass windows or large arches. It looks just like depictions of various different things. As you enter, you see that it is one solid room. Stretches back about 120 feet. It's roughly 80 feet from side to side. There are no pews, but there are a series of altars set up in 2 rows, to your left and to your right, that seem to have small benches around them. There's also places for people to burn incense, provide offerings. There's more artwork and depictions along the inside that shows, again, different historical figures in Norse mythology or different scenes of battle or fights. You see a depiction of what is probably Fenrir being imprisoned, the process of Tyr having his arm eaten, and the whole kind of historical process. Some of it looks flowery and artistic. Some of it looks historical. It seems like there's a blend between heritage and art that seems to have occupied this space. You see that there's not a lot of people in here. There are some. There's about 12 people currently. There are 3 standing at an altar to Odin, 1 more over at Thor, and you see 2 set up over by Loki, who are currently in the process of various different types of rituals or kind of small sessions of prayer and devotion worship as they're placing coins or different keepsakes or offerings on the altars. The rest of the people you see inside are either cleaning, maintaining things, relighting candles, handling incense, and they all seem to be in series of different robes or in some form of kind of ornate, formal battle dress, less functional and more aesthetic. All of it is just completely and entirely infused with nostalgia for you, as you see a lot of the same, almost uncannily, if you want to consider like postmodern interpretations of what you recognize as the original elements. You, as someone who actually lived through the time when Isgard was still around, you see that there are definitely some liberties that have been taken with some of the interpretations here, and there's some things that you notice that are just kind of wrong or off, like symbols look like they're not entirely accurate, or they're not the way that you remember them. It's a weird experience as you kind of see things having changed in perception over time without Isgard actually still being around to provide accurate influences. But you do see that the temple itself is at least in good repair. The people who are currently walking back and forth, handling various different things, seem to be lively and are just going about their daily tasks. It looks like there's a series of clerics or monks who are tending to everything, and a few worshippers scattered about.
Can I ask one of the clerics if anyone can help provide with information?
Sure. Are you going to go to one of the people in the robes or the people in the formal battle dress?
I'll be in the robes.
Okay, so you approach one of the robes, one of the people in the robes. It appears to be a kind of not terribly older, like mid-40s or so, human. He's wearing green, white, and gold robes that have Celtic knots and different types of symbology etched into it and threaded through. They don't look very expensive, but they do look very nice. Though they probably aren't the best to fight in. They seem pretty heavy set robes. As you approach, he looks over at you and he says, "Yes, how can I help you?"
So on a mission I had met someone who... Oh, she's bringing one of her cats.
Hang on. Okay, so, sorry about that. What were you saying?
So on a mission I had, me and another party, well, my party and another one were escorting someone to kill a dragon, and someone in their other party seemed to gain help with memories from me. Can you help with lost memories of especially Norse mythology, or
I mean, some of us might be able to help you with regaining your memory, learning things about, trying to remember things about a specific mythology is not something you can really do. You don't get to just pick and choose what memories surface. It's not like that. I mean, we could offer you some reading materials, some books, some stories to help jog your memory, but there's not a lot we can really do to pick and choose what you remember.
Okay. Can you tell me about all these shrines here and altars?
Yeah, sure. Do you follow a specific god, or...
I show him the hammer.
Right, Thor probably, I'm guessing. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, well, there's a lot in the Norse pantheon. There are a lot of big ones. Odin, the All-Father. He's the father of pretty much the entire pantheon, aside from a few characters. There's a lot of history. Are you looking for something specific? And he kind of points over towards all of the different statues and the depictions and the murals, and it's not hard to see who's currently there. Are you looking for something specific from him?
Just information, like maybe anything new that he can tell me.
Okay. Stand by while I pull something up real quick so I can just get a list. Because there are a lot of them. So, basics that he'll cover. There are two of the big names, which are Odin and Thor. Those are some of the most commonly worshipped people that are in the Norse pantheon. You have Odin, who is kind of the supreme god. He's kind of the he reigns over all of the others as father and as king. He's known as the All-Father of the Aesir. He is a revered ruler and warrior. He's known to be very wise. He has 2 ravens and he has a host of Valkyries. He is kind of a wisdom-based god. He also has a fair bit to do with magic and mages, runes, and rituals. He's kind of... he's very much a wise old man figure in everything. His wife, Frigg, is a god of love and beauty, of fertility. She's similar to Aphrodite in the sense of the kind of female perspective of kind of matronly feelings and figures. She's a queen. She's the wife of Odin. She's the queen of Asgard. She's well known. She's a diviner of sorts. She is pretty protective, and like I said, she's very matronly. She's very motherly. She has a more in tune sense with nature, elements, beasts, poisons, things like that. She cares very much for her children, but she's had issues in the past with the one person that everybody's had issues with in the past, which is Loki. Moving into Loki, he is a mischief god. He is a trickster. He is a charlatan. He is traitorous and sneaky, conniving. He's a shapeshifter. He takes animal forms and likes causing problems for people. He's caused issues for Thor, and he's caused issues for Odin, and for Frigg, and for a few people. He's caused issues with specifically Fenrir before. He tends to provoke things, and he is constantly stirring up trouble. He's kind of the catalyst for a lot of stories in Norse mythology. You have Balder, who was the son of Frigg and Odin. He is he's kind of like, quote unquote, the perfect son. He's all about beauty, kindness, fairness, being virtuous and focused on the good aspect of things. At some point, he was said to have been killed with a mistletoe, which was another story about Thor and Loki and Balder and a couple of things. And that went disarray. So, again, Loki tends to follow up in a lot of these things. Thor, who you seem to have an attachment with, is the most popular of the sons. He was seen as a warrior, as a protector. He was powerful and held his mighty hammer Mjolnir. He was a god of thunder and lightning and was very battle-focused. He was a brave and fierce fighter who would go out and win fights for his father, and in the name of the Asgardians, he was very righteous and focused. He was kind of almost like a paladin in some ways, in the sense that he just was kind of the embodiment of righteous justice that went forward and fought for his family. There are some others that are a series of gods that aren't as well known in most commonplace pieces of information that people in this world know of. Those are the big ones. There's Odin and Frigg, the two mothers. Then there's the three most common sons from them. There's Balder, Loki, and Thor are the kind of like core family that most people know of. They also know Freya, who is she's a feminine, passionate goddess. She's associated very heavily with a lot of the same things that Balder and Frigg are. Love, fertility, beauty. She has a sister, Freyr, and they both have kind of this duality of good aligned sentiments. Spring and summer and the seasons and changing and growth. There was another series of notable figures. Tyr, who was the one who locked Fenrir away. Hel, who was the ruler of the same, kind of like her namesake plane of existence known as Helheim. She, despite what most people think of her, is actually a fairly caring goddess who took care of those in the afterlife. There's also, as I said before, Fenrir, this large wolf-like calamity of a world's-ending being who was said to who was going to bring about Ragnarok, the destruction of all time and all of the worlds. He was supposed to destroy Yggdrasil, the world tree, and bring about the ruination of everything. There are some others, Heimdall, Vale. There's a list. As he kind of goes on and continues down some of the various different people, their value, their relationships, their history, some of their domains, what they're about, a lot of it is accepted by you almost as second nature. It seems intuitive. And once you hear the names, you have striking images in your head of these different figures and kind of these heroic or sublime poses, and you remember conversations and bits of just pieces of history and details. You know that Thor was a pretty heavy drinker at times, and he was very focused on going out and proving himself to people. There were a couple of times where, frankly, his powers seem unreasonably incredible. He, at one point, drank the entire sea in a single gulp. He nearly outdrank a god in an endless cup. He's had feats associated with his name in incredible different ways. Odin is supposed to be all-seeing and all-knowing, this incredibly wise paragon of foresight and forethought. He was the one who helped predict that Ragnarok would come. He's the one who tried to get Fenrir locked away because he would see that Fenrir would be the one to bring about Ragnarok. There's more details within there about how it's supposed to happen, who was supposed to do it, why, but a lot of those details are not currently being covered, as they're just going through the basics of a series of goddesses and gods. There's about 20 of them in here that are large figures currently present and as centerpieces inside of the Norse pantheon. Some of them are heroes, some of them are gods, some of them are goddesses, some of them are anthropomorphized creatures like Fenrir. There's also a couple of other statues of notable figures like some of the large frost giant-like creatures that had been the focus of a war between the Asgardians and everyone else. It's an interesting slew of information. And while it does kind of kickstart some sentiments and it gives you more food for thought, there's no Jimmy Neutron-esque sort of mind blast where you remember your entire history. There's still a lot currently missing. But it does help fill in some gaps that were kind of vague.
I miss Jimmy Neutron.
That was a great show.
Great kid show.
In Celtic, he's just gonna say this like in Celtic, like out of nowhere. Like, what about Fenrir?
The person in front of you replies in Celtic and says, Fenrir was, from what we know, destroyed, but there was never a body. A number of the gods are dead, and we here hope to keep the faith alive, as their sacrifice has helped the world remain constituted as it was. There are many pantheons, and while a lot of them have apocalyptic messages, other gods can enter the mix and take what was supposed to be a immutable fact, an inevitability, and shift it. Thankfully, we are still here.
Was Thor ever found dead?
He was never found. He disappeared along with Fenrir and Tyr.
There's a possibility that Fenrir might be out attacking possible survivors of Ragnarok.
If we had information about any of them, we would be sharing it. But they are either no longer in existence or beyond our sight.
Was there any speak of possible weaknesses of Fenrir? Any way to kill him?
There are many stories about Fenrir. He can be damaged, he can be hurt to a degree. He was immortal, indestructible. The Allfather saw fit to imprison him, and Tyr paid a heavy price for it, but we don't know of any inherent weaknesses. Fenrir was not a weak god by any means.
How about how he was imprisoned? Do we know how that happened?
Yes, he was bound with chains. There was a deceptive deal made where Odin was using some large portions of his magic to create magical chains that would bind Fenrir. It was presented to Fenrir as a test. Fenrir would be bound and attempt to break out, and if the chains could not be broken, he would win the bet. The long story short is that Fenrir did not trust this and asked that Tyr place his hand inside of Fenrir's mouth so that if they did not release him, he would take Tyr's hand. When they did not release him, he took Tyr's hand and was surprised that they were willing to sacrifice such for the sake of imprisoning him. It was a interesting bluff that got called on Fenrir and Tyr's part. It was a noble and worthy sacrifice, but no one has ever captured Fenrir when he doesn't want to be before.
All right. Well, do you think there'd be anyone else who can help provide more information, more in depth?
We have our libraries. We could show you them. You could look through them if you're missing more.
Yeah, I'll probably go to the library.
Okay. You will spend some time there. We can go over how long you're going to spend there later and what you find. Go ahead and make an investigation check for me right now, and I will get back to you on what you found. So, moving on.
I would like to go to the training ground and try to find 2 dummies and try to prep.
I can imagine you just hey, dummy! Just a random person.
Every now and then you're shouting out Phaethon's or Sindri's name in passing. I mean, dummy.
You find a place where there is currently no one fighting, and it has 2 mannequins set up for you to fight with. They're straw training dummies.
And I want to try to practice.
He wants one that's really big and one that's short and stout.
You know
I
what?
want to try to attack both of them with one attack.
Okay, so you're trying to kind of practice a cleave attack, sorts.
There's a feat.
There is a feat for that.
There's a feat for that too.
Is it those?
So, okay, I would say, how long are you going to be spending doing this?
Until any one of my party members or comrades comes and gets me.
Okay.
Listen.
I'll say, how many hours would you spend on this? For every 4 hours spent training, you can make a D100 roll. So you're going to take an entire 16-hour block of the day?
No, I'll probably just do 8.
Do 8? Okay. And are you going ham on this, or are you going to take breaks occasionally and relax and take it?
At
Take
the
it.
first part, trying to go all out, and
Okay.
then
First of all, go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw, as that's 4 hours of extended physical activity.
can I try? 28.
28. You're doing fairly well. You're holding up. It's still tiring. There's no getting around it. However, you don't accrue a point of exhaustion, as you're not stupid. You don't keep going until you collapse. You give yourself times to breathe and times to just chill for a second, though you don't give yourself any spare time. Go ahead and make two D100 rolls, and go ahead and give me the results of those. What'd you get?
33 and 57.
33 and 57. All right. Not a bad start. All right, you do so. It is 8 long hours, and by the end of it, you are very, very tired. Your hands are cramped up. Your blade is wobbly. Your knees are aching. Your sides are on fire from just turning and turning and turning back and forth constantly. At some points, you start twisting purely with your legs just to try and give your upper torso a bit of a rest. It's agonizing work. But you managed to complete 8 hours having watched a full rotation of the sun, as you're just practicing different ways of trying to provide enough power to actually damage both targets, but without being caught on either one of them. You'll learn some things. A lot of it has to do with positioning of the blade, making sure that you're sliding across them. You try and vision different armor sets on top of the dummies as you try and strike to avoid specific areas or strike certain unguarded portions of it. It's a process. You start off initially with them kind of like at a 90-degree angle, one to your left, one to your right, before you realize that that's pretty far away, and you start inching them closer and closer and closer together. As you realize that you're gonna have to start practicing with smaller steps before you start getting up to higher steps, and you find that despite what normal logic would say, it's a lot harder than you originally anticipated to try and hit 2 people with a single swing effectively at the same time. But you've made some beginning progress towards learning the cleave ability. All right.
Did you say the Compound Emporium is more likely to, well, not more likely to, but are open for new things?
The Compound Emporium is a large kind of collection of shop owners and artisans and smiths that work to create arms, armor, and equipment. Okay. They have some of the most wide reaches with regards to materials. They would be the best people to try and bring about something new that's functional.
Mm-hmm. Right. Oh yeah, I'd probably go there. Look for someone, probably that works with leather, or leather and maybe a little bit of tinkering, if something like that.
Sure. Go ahead and make an investigation check as you try and look through this area.
24.
24. You find a number of people who work with leathers. There's a lot of them, and there are varying skill levels. Some of them are basic, some of them are much, much better. Some of them are masters in their field. There's a wide range here. You also find that there aren't very many people who work extensively with leather that also are very good at mechanical tinkering. Are you trying to find someone who does both leather work and works on golems, or are you trying to find just someone who works with leather and then another separate person who works on golems?
For the most part, someone with a combination of both. I do ask them something. I do have something I want to ask in particular. I say something like, I'm looking for something like a bracer. I can like integrate it or attune to it. I need to be able to hold and use a wand without my hands.
Okay. After a period of time, asking around, asking for these specific combination of factors that are going to allow you to utilize a wand without having your hands free to get them done, you realize that there's going to be several different things that are going to have to happen with this. A, yes, you need to have it tuned. B, you need to actually get the wand in question. If you already have one, you can provide it. Otherwise, you're going to need an enchanter just to enchant that. You're also going to need someone who's going to be able to fit it onto you without interrupting your movement and motion, which thankfully takes away the tinkering portion of that, because you don't have to actually build it into you. You're just trying to make sure that it doesn't interfere with your ability to focus on combat. But another primary portion of this is that you are going to need an enchanter to modify, to enchant the bracer itself with the ability to activate the magical item, which is another layer on top of that.
Something I did want to check. Would the wand have to be built into the sheath, or could it be like I could also have an attunement between the two items?
It would have to be built into the sheath in the sense that you could replace it with another wand if that wand runs out, but you would then have to get it re-enchanted to activate that specific wand. Unless you want to go for a much higher and much more expensive enchantment on the bracer, which will allow to activate any magical wand that's slotted in. If you're trying to activate just one type of wand, that's one thing. If it's any type of wand, that's different and more difficult. Because wands are of different lengths and have different materials, have different requirements, and some of them require you to be specific species or races or other things. There's a lot that goes into wands. So, the leatherwork, that's fairly easy. You find a number of people who are willing to provide you different forms of that. What kind of quality are you looking for in this leather?
Well, best thing is like fair quality. I don't want it to be just like someone slaughtered a cow, made some leather right then and there, and just like, yep, this is part of it now.
Okay,
it doesn't have it just needs to be functional.
Okay, so you don't care if it's a particular type of material then, as long as it is good, well-made leather. Okay.
And maybe if it needs to be any particular in order to handle the enchantment of being able to activate any wand that is fitted into it.
There is a very mild requirement. It depends. What kind of wands are you expecting to use in this?
Things that don't require me to be a spellcaster, because I am like, I can't.
Okay, so universal wands. Okay, that's easier.
The magic detection wand doesn't require me to be.
Okay, so in that case, I would say you would have to use a high quality leather for an enchantment like that. I would say the enchantment itself is probably going to need to be a second tier spell, which is a minor form of a contingency spell to basically allow you to attune to the bracer, which will allow it to activate the magical item, discharging a singular charge of the item. This won't allow you to choose how many charges you're going to use. You just get to activate it. So one standard charge of whatever it is. So if it's a wand that allows you to utilize multiple magic missile charges, for example, that won't be available to you. It'll just fire off one charge at a time, or one use of the wand at a time. I would say for high quality leather and for the measurements, because you are large, it's going to be a solid gold piece in order for it to be high enough quality to actually take an enchantment of second tier. The leather itself isn't very expensive. For the work on it, it's going to be another 4 gold to get it fitted and cut to get that accomplished. So 5 gold so far, and then the enchantment itself is going to be pretty expensive. That's probably going to be about 120 gold in order for you to get an enchantment that will be able to contingently let you attune to the bracer and activate the wand anytime you need that done. It'll also probably take about 4 days for it to get completed.
All right. And does it need to? Does the wand need to have pop out when it runs out of charges, or could it just rest there until it gains a charge?
It can stay there. It's not like a spent magazine in a sci-fi. It won't just bling out somewhere.
Kind of cool though.
That'd be cool if you were trying to do something like
Grab another wand, just
quick reloading on wands.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm not saying it's useful. It's a cool idea. Like a stick just flies out, and you reload another stick.
it's once it's spent, it's just there.
probably a crazy enough Warforged artificer that wants that.
There will probably, if you ever want something like that, it's an additional enchantment, but you can have that done.
Bracers that have wands all around them, and every time you use a
Activate
charge,
it switches.
Yeah.
You could, though you'd have to talk to a gnome to get the mechanism taken care of. But sure. Hey, time and money can accomplish a lot in the world of high fantasy.
I'm fine with it as it is currently. I'm currently using it for a utility item.
Okay.
Or utility wand.
So the total cost for it will be 120. It's 125.
Yes.
125 for the entire ensemble. That obviously does not include any ones that you're actually going to put in there. It's just the holster on your wrist. Though if you do want anything more complicated or more extreme, you're probably going to have to start getting into higher quality leathers, or you're going to need more of it. There's only so much you can put on a single piece of material and so much that you can do with such a quality material. Eventually you're going to need things like dragon leather or higher quality hides, or just magical beast pelts and things like that. So depending on what you get and what you need, there may be affinity requirements or different attunement requirements. But for now, that'll be done. You'll have to pay that up front, and it'll be ready in 4 days.
All right, I'll do that.
Okay. That is currently being worked on. Let me go ahead and put a note down for that. Who was going to be up next?
And then I'll make my way back to the training ground, and I will also try to attune with my with the lightning staff.
Staff of Thunderlight. I would say that you've already done that. You've had weeks to get here and do. Well, I say weeks plural, but you had a week to get here and do that, so you've had time. 10 days. 10-day weeks.
I'm being dumb over here.
I just don't really like 7-day weeks. I hate the number 7.
Be dumb over here, Doug.
What's up?
Be dumb over here.
My ass hurts, so I can't. So I'm kind of sick and tired of sitting on this.
Hey, Doug.
Faith, where are you?
God, you know what? You're right.
Do I have to tell them where I'll be lodging at and such?
No, they expect you to come back and pick it up. Otherwise, they're going to charge you more for a delivery fee.
All right, yeah. I'll write down where this particular merchant is at, or artisan. And will they be in the same place?
Yes. The Compound Emporium is a large 10-story tall, 3 underground, 7 above, 4 underground, 6 above, massive complex that encompasses several city blocks. It is a large area filled with artisans who have their own minor shops and guilds and storefronts that kind of operate within this area. What's up? What do you need? Well done. So, Phaethon, you're done. Sindri, you've made your investigation check.
Here's the remember.
Okay, what'd you do?
I have a few hours, right?
You have a number of hours.
Okay. Can I go ahead and get the materials and cast Find Familiar in that time?
Sure. Are you going to cast it as Akaris has told you to cast it and given you the instructions for, or are you going to fuck with the spell?
No, this is Titania. It's not Alfie.
I'm just checking. Okay. You cast the Find Familiar spell.
I want a spider.
You now have a spider. What kind of spider?
Oh, a spider.
Okay. A standard sized spider?
Yeah.
So like tarantula or smaller?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I will roll for it.
But
Give her a camel
It
spider.
does shake its butt.
It does.
I will give you a spider determined by a roll, as you have not specified a specific one.
She gets an arachnid.
She
Not a
gets an
spider.
arachnid.
It's a
spider.
scorpion.
Yeah, it's a scorpion.
Not a scorpion.
That's on a roll of 1.
You know what a scorpion is. Okay. Sindri, what'd you roll on your investigation?
14 total because
14 total. Okay. What are you looking for specifically?
just mainly stories on Fenrir and then maybe some other stories on just gods.
Okay.
And also like the Loki and Thor conflict things.
Okay. Loki and Thor have gone at it several dozen times throughout recorded history, in various different capacities. A couple times, Loki has just straight up stabbed Thor. Loki has a history of messing with a lot of people, and there are a lot of stories about Loki fucking with people in general. Sometimes literally, sometimes not. Most of the stories surrounding Fenrir are an interesting mishmash of tales of doom and doomsaying. Some of them are tales of him going out and fighting creatures or being kind of the antagonist in a series of conflicts. I will point you to a specific series of pages online later for you to research and kind of go over that are canonically available in Isgard for you to look over later. None of it's things that you have personally experienced or had seen yourself, but you have heard these stories before. They kind of have the reminiscent feeling of things that you've been probably told in stories, songs, or tales beforehand. Okay, so Zion, you're training. Titanea, what are you doing with the rest of your day?
I'm gonna ride my Sleipnir around the town.
Around the town. Okay. Go and make a perception check.
Yay! And then I might write a letter.
Okay. Faithon has been shopping, you have been reading, you have been training, you have been waiting, and now are riding around town. 19. You see that there is a rather large number of demi-humans and heteromorphs that were previously not here. It's an interesting experience.
I should start a taxi service.
You could certainly try. There are a number of changes in the city, mostly in the demeanor of people. People are not necessarily they're not necessarily terrified or afraid, but they do seem to have taken exception with some of the different changes of late within the city. You see that there is a number of different reactions to the way that these various creatures have been impacting the sort of social standing and, shall we say, increase and decrease of kind of alertness in certain areas. Some people who are of... It's an interesting mishmash of reactions. Some people seem to be more at ease. Some people seem to be more on guard. It seems that some people are taking the lift of the martial law very well, and other people are concerned about the new increase in demi-human and heteromorphic activity within the city. There is definitely a slowdown of foot traffic, but not a major increase or decrease that would, like... It doesn't denote a ghost town of any sort. It's just slightly less crowded than it ordinarily would be. Additionally, you see a large series of different buildings and interesting visages as you're vistas as you're just riding around the city, taking in various different places. I will say that you're probably going to have a little bit more information on different locations in the city if you start looking for something later on. How long are you going to spend riding around the city?
How much time do I have until my test?
Until your test, you have, if I remember correctly, it's 5 total days for you to wait. So tomorrow would be the 2nd.
They said they could see me later that afternoon.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about them at the Adventurers Guild. That is correct. You're not sure. You'd have to stay in there until they called for you. They didn't give you a specific time. They just said later in the afternoon.
Okay. Like an hour, and then I'll write a letter.
Okay. So you ride around for an hour. You make a surprisingly large circuit around the Black-Eyed Spire as Slipnears are fucking fast. And you head back and you write a letter. Who are you writing a letter to?
I'm gonna write a letter to our nice armorer friend.
Vizrit?
Yes.
Okay.
About Sleipnir armor.
Okay. What are you asking or what are you telling him?
I'm going to ask him how much it would cost for, like, a simple, the most basic Sleipnir armor you can get, pretty much just as a starting point, and let him know that I will have follow-up correspondence once I have a good basis of how much that will cost.
Okay. How are you going to get this sent out?
What's the mail system like here?
There's a variety of different types of mailing that you can do. You can do message, which is just someone will sit down, expend a spell slot to contact this person, and they will relay your information, and you can get a response immediately. Or you can send a letter out by mail. Someone will actually go out as a writer, usually with a series of other letters to locations, drop off the information, pick up corresponding information, come back, and it can take days, weeks. There's also ravens and other forms of magical communication that can be utilized back and forth. So it
I will
depends.
send a bird.
Okay. Through the postage system?
Yeah.
Okay. For it to go from the Black-Eyed Spire to Brukess, you being a member. Okay. They'll charge you 5 copper for the service, as it's not a huge thing, and it does take a while.
5 copper?
Yeah.
Alright.
They have a lot of birds. It's not a huge pain for them to send one out. And you are a member, which gives you a benefit.
Okay. After that, have I been called for my test yet?
You have. They are going to go and evaluate you here in just a second. They have you waiting in a room. Real quick, about this time, Akaris will be waking up. What are you doing?
Probably trying to get something to eat in the main water room.
Sure. Right now they have some quiches set out, as well as different types of sandwiches, bread, and other just afternoon stuff.
I'll eat.
Or, well, evening stuff. They probably have a soup or two.
I'll eat. Then I'm going to go back to the market, ritual cast different languages, and read that fucking board. I can't seem to read ever.
Okay.
It's the most important thing.
So you walk up to the board and you look over the myriad of different types of letters and messages that have been left. It looks like a series of wanted boards. Not wanted for just people, but postings for people who are offering services, requesting information. There are a couple that you still can't read, as it seems to be in some form of
sigilistic, almost thieves' cant style.
So like some cryptid.
Yeah, some various different types of encrypted symbology that is not necessarily a language per se, but is more of a series of symbols that probably denote something. There's only 2 of those that are really encrypted. The rest of them seem to be in various different languages. You still don't recognize which languages.
Yeah, I
but
guess that's it, right?
but there is a number of different requests that are up there, and it looks like none of them overlap. There are services being offered, and there are also services being requested. There's also information that's required and requested, as well as information about artifacts. But the ones that offer information seem strange. They're written in a language, and you can see the artifact name, but directly beneath it is a price. And the information itself seems to be in this sort of weird, kind of almost fuzzy, overlapped state. It seems like there's some form of magic preventing you from reading it.
Understandable. I probably need something to either see through. I guess maybe it's illusion. Not sure. I have to take magic.
Yeah, you're not entirely sure how, but it does have a gold cost listed on top of it. How you activate that, you're not sure. You don't know if you need to go talk to someone about it, or if there's a mechanism of feeding the money to it, or.
Oh, okay. So it seems like it's selling an artifact, not requesting an artifact in price, right?
The ones that are requesting information or that are selling the artifact itself seem to be posted normally. There are some that have, it seems like it's selling information about artifacts. Those are the ones with kind of that weird fuzziness over it. The rest of them are just, they're kind of like, hey, I found this. Does anybody want it? Or, hey, I have these abilities. Does anybody need these services? Hey, I'm requesting these sorts of weird services. Is anybody willing to take this up? You know, different things like that.
Okay.
Oh, that reminds me. You do see at the very, very top that there is a small plate that does read off in a language you didn't understand, which is why you didn't originally see that. But it is towards the top, and you see that it simply says, touch a sheet of paper for more details. It says touch the postings for more details.
Interesting.
I just realized I could have done something and I'm really sad.
Is there anyone offering a service for trap findings and removals on magical objects?
Yes, there is actually.
How much?
It doesn't say.
I touched the paper.
Okay. You touch the paper. You immediately get kind of a small wealth of information in your head. That there is a posting by none other than Tinker, actually, for an offer to help assist with removal of curses, traps, and other detrimental effects or barriers to overcoming specific things. But beyond that, there's not really much else.
Okay. Seems to be talk to him, have him look over the object. And
Likely. There's no list of prices for like, hey, opening a book, X amount. It seems, and it seems pretty intuitive that different types of traps and barriers can be entirely unique, and you can't just have like a grid system for weird requests. Things are too fluid for things to be like that.
Okay. I will look over towards his usual spot. Is Tenker here?
It doesn't look like it, though. You do see those 2 women. They seem to just be sitting there, kind of further separated than they're normally sitting, just chatting with each other.
Kind of want to speak to him, but then again, I kind of don't. They're scary. They're scary.
Hey, man, you can do whatever you want.
Wait for me, I'll go with you.
Yeah.
Slightly less scared.
They're still scary.
So be 1/2 less scary.
1/2 less scary. Yeah. Well, I mean, one of them's more scary than the other one. The other one is just, I don't know. I guess they're both scary. It's just, I guess the perceptive one. People who are perceptive are often dangerous.
It's fair.
Not saying that I know their power level to be completely equal, or the other one saw everything that the other one saw. I just didn't say anything.
You
I
never
don't know
know.
anything, but it's one of those things where I walked up and they were like, "We know your entire life now," and I'm like, "Shit."
You reminded me. I was thinking about it, and I thought it'd be hilarious if Idak Sylvain was brought into the guild as a court.
Yeah.
As a what? Oh.
Corey.
I mean,
okay.
I mean, it could happen. She could always just like completely.
I mean,
hide her powers.
physical abilities would bring her up from that anyway. Unless she decided to try and suppress her power, which, I mean, she could do, but...
She's all of a sudden a black star.
She goes in there and they're like, "What can you do?" And she's like, "I don't know." Okay.
They don't accept people with no skill set.
So I will.
I make tents.
I'm gonna have to go find Alfie. Damn it.
Hi.
It's every campaign, man.
Titanea. I'm gonna go find Titanera. Titanea.
That's correct.
Alfie.
And we'll attempt to. I'm assuming she's in the common room, or in the common room, or in the entry hallway. I don't know.
She would be in the common room, and she right now is. You're currently waiting for them to bring you in, so if you want to stop by and say something to her real quick, you can.
Do you still have that spell book?
Yes.
Don't know. You're the one who has it. I have figured that we should get it checked for traps and whatnot. I found it was I'm not sure how expensive it possibly could be. It seems to be on a whatever's in there basis. So.
Do you need it right now?
No, not now. The person who's offering doesn't seem to be handing the book to me.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
I leave an ant on the book.
Okay, you leave an ant on the book. Simple enough.
I guess I will have this in my room for now.
Okay.
Have you seen Mr. Doxelbane?
No.
What are you doing?
Waiting.
For
I'm gonna get tested again.
right. I forgot about that.
Also, I don't know where Shane is.
It's I don't know what I was gonna say. I lost what I was gonna say.
I have an idea.
Mhm.
I'm gonna write a note
Yeah.
to Shane. I'm gonna leave an ant on it, and I'm gonna tell the people at the desk to give it to Shane if they see him.
Okay, you write another note. You leave it with Shane.
Okay. Have a bunch of ants covered in pheromones and just like.
So
That's the plan. So if he gets it, I can use my ants to track him.
that's I like the idea.
Not an incorrect way of going about things.
Yeah, I like the idea. Oh well, I suppose I should do that as well. So yeah, I'll go ahead and put in my papers for getting tested.
Okay, they'll be able to get to you about tomorrow, just before noon.
Okay. I am going to every once in a while I guess I'll wait until tomorrow morning after the test and look for Tanker then. If he's there.
Sure. All right, so as we get prepped and ready for us to do some combat, as well as probably a time skip, all things considered, I don't think that you guys are going to do anything major over the next couple of days, aside from wait for you guys to go through your promotion process. At this point, let's go ahead and take a quick break. Let's go ahead and chill, gear up, and then we will be back here shortly for us to hop into you guys' promotions. This is going to be very interesting because you guys finally have enough juice to actually get into some interesting encounters here.
As we get back into things, first order of business is you in the morning. You're going to be taking a rank up test. It's a pretty fast process as they get to you. Well, sorry, not in the morning, the previous night. They get back to you with them having finally brought you in. They bring you back to a similar training room upstairs in what appears to be some form of large open space. As I look over some things right now. Okay. Right, so they bring you in. The room itself is massive. It has a ceiling probably 70 or 80 feet tall. The room's dimensions are 150 feet wide, maybe more. That's where your vision ends. You can't properly see the walls, and it just kind of stretches on forward. It's cold, it's dark as you enter with the proctor. It is the older woman that you've seen Akara speaking with before, that was there whenever you first joined the guild. As you head in, she looks over to you and she asks you a surprising number of questions. First off, have you continued down an arcane path?
Yes.
What sorts of new skills and abilities have you gained, if any?
I can use these chain whips now. And I have better control over my horde of bugs. And I can bring dead bodies back to life.
Okay. She asks if you require corpses or if you can summon them yourself.
I still need actual bodies.
Are you talking about your summon undead?
Yeah.
No, you don't.
No, I don't have summon undead yet. Not summon undead. Animate body.
Oh, you have animate undead. Okay. What level are you?
6.
Fuck, I couldn't have done any of those trainings because I can't summon them.
You guys are what level?
I am 6.
We should all be sick.
Wait, do I get summon undead?
No, we should have summon undead. Am I just done?
Let me look that up, because I was about to say, you guys should have...
Oh no, it's my swarm I get at level 7. You're right.
I think at level 5 you guys get the ability to summon undead.
You're right. I can summon undead.
Do you need a new chair? You are squirming like a mofo over there.
I think it just says ADHD, something like that.
Sit down on the couch.
Yeah. That's why I've been sitting there, so I have to make noise on here.
All I hear is the creaking of the chair constantly.
And the creaking of this for some reason.
Okay, so...
Animate dead.
Anime dead.
Summon undead.
Animated.
Summon undead is a 5th level ability.
Okay, so I can summon undead. I was
Yes.
thinking of
You
the
also have
bugs.
the ability to animate undead.
I can do both.
Yes. Okay. I had to bring that up real quick to verify because I was very confused about that. Because you should have been able to, and you can. Excuse me. Something caught my throat.
Everyone's dying.
Jesus. Yeah, apparently. Anyway, she also asks you what rank you think you are now.
I think I've gained at least 2 ranks.
Okay, what are you sitting at right now, Onyx?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, for those of you who are melee, that's the equivalent of iron, is what she's saying that she thinks that she currently sits at. So, she looks over you, nods, and asks you if you're sure that you've jumped 2 ranks. So that's no small feat. She doesn't want to just kill you outright with something that is beyond your pay grade.
I will be honest. I'm not entirely clear on how the ranking system works in terms of strength.
She covers some basics with you. Courts are only really capable of casting first, maybe second tier spells. It's usually a requirement for you to at least get second or third tier in order for you to hit Onyx. Tiers in the fourth or fifth are recommended for Agate. That continues into Amber. You don't get another spell slot increase recommendation until you hit Lapis Lazuli, depending on what sort of caster you are. As an arcane caster in sort of a wizard field, they expect you to have fourth or fifth by the time that you get to Amber, Agate, and then continuing that into Amber. They require that at the very least you have found some form of specialization by the time you hit Onyx. It is demanded that you have a specialization by the time you hit Agate. And for Amber, you need to have a diverse skill set that is either diverse enough or specialized enough to provide you enough strength to be either a serious asset alone or to provide serious support to people over the course of dangerous encounters or traveling your way through different places. As you are not a researcher and you are not a ritualist specialist, they are focusing on combat encounters for you.
Okay, because last time they just had me do a written test.
Yeah, they effectively just checked your knowledge to make sure that your arcane abilities were up to snuff.
Well, I definitely got a specialization now.
Okay.
And I'm up to 3rd level spells.
Go ahead and make a charisma check real quick.
Yes. It's terrible. 9.
9.
I actually had faith.
She speaks to you a little bit about the requirements of hitting Amber. Hitting Amber is no small feat. For a rough equivalent, usually in order for you to hit Amber, you need to either be a very lucky 6th or 7th level, or you need to be a solid 10th level. Depending on what your skill set is and how effective you are, you can sometimes sway your way up and down. And it is also up to the discretion of the proctor to give you what your rank is going to be. And you can reduce in rank if you do too poorly. As they do kind of take luck into account slightly. Not massively, but slightly. And they try to test people more and more thoroughly the higher and higher up that they go. Having someone transition from a quartz to an onyx is not a major achievement. Onyx to an agate is really your first steps into things. Agate to amber, that's where things start getting a little bit more serious for you. That's a solid rank, and it allows you some simple benefits that are... they're not overly important, but they are the beginnings of a proper career for you.
I will also specify that I do not consider myself a frontline fighter and prefer fighting in groups.
Okay. So, she nods. She also asks you what your forte is as far as your skills are concerned, your abilities, your own physical and mental attributes.
I would say I specialize in offensive support.
Okay, but I'm talking about your attributes.
Oh. Wait.
I don't understand.
What do you most heavily rely on for your actual stats, your attributes, your specialist stats?
Okay.
What do you do?
Because I was like, well, attributes, that sounds very vague.
That could be
It's kind of like
anything.
how instead of saying spell level, they say spell tiers.
It's your physical and mental attributes, your stats are strength, intelligence, perception, endurance, etc.
Oh yeah, they got magic to detect things like that. Remember something like that.
endurance and
Sorry, things can get lost in translation between...
Yeah, that's why when she was like, I was
Between
me too, I was
in-
like,
between
anything can
in-world
be an
speak.
Attribute.
Yeah.
Attribute could mean like spells or
This is the information that you're getting, and I'm trying to keep things as in-world as possible,
Yeah.
so that way you understand the actual process that's happening here. That way I don't just be like, Okay, roll some numbers, and here's your rank, and there you go. Congratulations, you're at law.
Like how you probably couldn't use like mechanical knowledge to make a wish. Like, oh, I wish I did an extra 2d6 for attacks. Like, you couldn't ask that because what the hell is 2d6?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
If you said, I wish that all of my strikes were far more lethal, it could
I wish to
provide various different benefits.
increase all of my stats by 1.
Forms and rolls
Not
26.
possible.
So primarily endurance and intelligence, but I've been working on my agility.
Okay. She takes this information into account, and she thinks over for a moment. She goes, all right, I think I have a good grasp of how you've grown so far based off your portfolio. You've been gone for a while, and Toxus did drop in a good word for you, so I think I have a solid understanding of what I should give you here. And she weaves her hands through the air, making a complex series of sigils that start growing in layers around her, kind of surrounding her as a sphere as they start slowly drifting apart. Eventually she completes the ritual and they all flare outwards. Your vision kind of clouds over and then reconstitutes as you see that you are in a much smaller room. It looks like it's about 10 feet tall, and it has 4 doors directly in front of you on the opposing wall.
4 doors.
Mm-hmm. The walls themselves are made out of large stone slabs, about 5 feet apart in width and length. They are proper squares. The walls themselves are solid stone, and the ceiling also appears to be solid stone.
Okay, and there's no markings or any form of indication that any of these doors are like specific things?
No. The room itself is about 20 feet by 20 feet. 10 feet tall.
Okay.
The doors are interspaced with a few feet in between each of them.
I will first focus on my listening and tremor sense to see if I can get any idea of what's on the other side of all of these doors.
Not really. This is heavily compacted stone. You don't sense any tremors currently. It's not gone entirely, but it is very muted right now. Your tremor sense is not a huge help without any obvious signs coming through here. It would take a fair bit of force to move the stone.
East.
East door.
No, they're all on the same wall.
They're all in the easternmost door.
Okay, you don't know what direction east is.
Right.
As far right as you can go.
Sure, right.
If you had the keened mind feat, sure, maybe, and you would hope that apparently it's not on the eastern wall, otherwise you're similarly screwed, but okay.
All of them at the same time.
So, you're gonna go to the rightmost door.
Yes.
Okay, what are you doing?
I'm going to open it slowly and very quickly check what's on the other side to determine if there is a threat.
Okay, so you walk over to the door. There is no handle on it. Are you gonna try and push on the door?
Yes.
Okay, so you push on the door gently as it starts swinging open. It kind of just continues going slowly, but it continues opening steadily. Through the room, you can see that there's more stone. It looks like a smaller room than the one that you were in, about a 10 by 10. On the opposite wall, you see what looks like a series of chains across a doorway. There is no door inside of it. It is open, leading into what looks like a hallway, but it's just 5 chains strapped across the door, kind of barring entry.
I will set myself up with my back against the wall and arm myself, and I will send Puck in through that door to investigate. And I will send myself into her senses.
Okay, Puck is, I'm assuming, your spider.
Yeah.
Okay, so you send your spider. It's a small spider,
It takes you a while. Eventually, your spider gets over there. Go ahead and make a perception check. 11. Okay. The chains glisten, not moving, just strung across. You look into the hallway. The hallway is about 15 feet long, and it ends in a wooden doorway.
And go back and check the other door.
Okay, which one are you going to check?
The immediate next one.
Okay, so you check the door directly next to it on the left-hand side. As you gently open the door, you hear what sounds like dripping, and your vision slowly widens out as the door opens, and you can see that it looks like there are 2 large metal spirals set up on either side of the room, with what looks like kind of metal corkscrews around a pillar of steel, and at the very top is what looks like a kind of like a multi-pointed star, like 10, 20 different points at the very top of it. You also see that there is water dripping from the top on the stone, kind of sourceless. It just seems to be gently pooling in different places on the ground.
Okay, next door.
Okay, you open the next door. Go ahead and make a stealth check.
Not many steps. 12.
12. You look inside, and as the door slowly starts opening, you hear what sounds like scraping and scratching on the walls. You're not entirely sure. Aiden, stop it. You hear scraping and scratching on the walls and on the floor. Your tremor sense picks up faint movement from the other side. About 3, you think?
I close that door.
Okay, you reach out and try and close the door. Okay, go ahead and make another stealth check.
Nat 20.
Okay. You quickly reach in, grab the door, and gently just push it towards you, and it slowly closes.
Next door.
You push the door, and it doesn't seem to want to give.
I'll return to the rightmost door.
Okay.
And then I'll go through that. There is no barrier beyond the chains, right? It's just chains.
Yeah, now as far as you can tell, it's just the 5 chains strung across the door.
Okay, then I'm going to carefully ninja my way through those.
Okay. Go ahead and make a dexterity check.
Oof.
By the way, in the meantime, guys, for those of you who are going to be training physically, go ahead and get me a series of 14 rolls. They're going to be D100 rolls. Go ahead and record them, and record down next to them what you are attempting to train on. Unfortunately, I don't know what you're going to be doing quite yet. If you want to make 14 generic D100 rolls in reserve in case you spend those 14 days just studying something, you can do that. So you can try and allot some time for your Beastmaster, and we'll see whether or not you actually end up using that. Those D100s. 7 for your dexterity?
Yep.
Okay, so you start walking forward, and you start trying to lean your way through. There's only about a foot in between each of the chains. And as you get up on top of it, and you start slowly trying to slide through them, you feel your leg touch one of them. Okay. You take 10 points of lightning damage as
electricity sparks and arcs and courses through your body.
Okay. You don't make it through?
No, you are immediately, reflexively, you push yourself back over to the other side.
Okay. And I will return to the door with the 2 spirals.
Okay. You see that it is still currently dripping.
Okay. Is there anything else in that room?
Just 2 large metal spirals, as far as you can tell.
And the water's coming from the ceiling?
You think. Every now and then you just hear water falling.
I'm gonna send a wasp up to the ceiling to see if there's like a hole up there.
Okay. Go and make an investigation check. And you're just sending 1 wasp?
Yeah.
Okay, disadvantage.
Well, that's already terrible. And that's the same number. 8.
8. After about 15 minutes, as it's 1 wasp in a large room, taking forever, it doesn't see anything.
Okay. And then there's this thing that's stuck in it, and this door won't open. Is it possible to climb the spirals?
You could try.
I will try.
Okay. Go ahead and make a general agility check.
24.
24. They're kind of slick, but you work your way up on top of one towards the top. You see that there's this strange metal star thing set up at the top of it. It looks like it looks Tesla coil-ish, sort of like just this metal pole directly in the center with a spiral that winds down, or winds from the bottom all the way up towards the top. It has almost kind of like a cone shape, and then the metal star up at the top.
Okay.
And it's not like a 5-pointed star or a 6-pointed star. It's just this weird, non-uniform geometrical kind of spikiness made of metals.
Can it be manipulated in any way?
You reach out and you touch it and you try and manipulate it, and it doesn't feel like it twists or turns. It just seems to be stuck there.
And if I look across at the other one, is it the same?
Pretty identical, yeah. Some minor variations, but nothing major.
I love that 70. I cocked on a 70.
No.
63.
Okay. Slide my way back down.
Okay.
Now go back to the door with the creatures in it.
Okay. You go back to the door with the creatures in it. Are you going to open the door, or what are you doing?
Just being
Um,
should I count that? If I look
yeah, I'll
down
go
on
ahead
it, I
and
can
open
see.
the
Reroll it.
Yeah, because like if I
And
removed
move it
if
off.
I removed it, it would be, but like
Yeah, I'll open the door.
Okay. Are you being quiet?
Yes.
Stealth check.
14.
14. As the door opens, it bumps against one of them. And you hear... They start rushing through. Go ahead and roll initiative.
Yay. Awesome.
You're definitely going first.
Are you sure?
1 plus 1.
Okay.
2.
I rolled horrible too. 10.
Huh?
10.
Definitely going first.
Okay.
Okay, so, your turn. What are you doing?
Chill.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a spell attack. Akaris, are you going to be doing anything in the morning before you take your test?
I guess I'll check if the temper's there.
Okay. What time do you go check? Time you wake up. What time do you head out?
I wake up at 6. So like 7:30.
7:30. You head in. There's not many people in there. You don't see Tinker at the moment.
Okay. I will turn around and wake up.
Okay. Anything else?
How much do I know how much time I have?
Yeah, they said they get to you just before noon, so 11-ish, later, earlier.
Nope. There's nothing I can. I mean, go to the library and start reading. That's about it.
Okay.
Or I guess you know what? Prepare. I'll prepare for the test. I'll like limber my body. You know.
Sure. Go ahead and make a general agility check.
Bastard 20.
Faster 20, that'll definitely hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Natural
The
1.
Zelda temple level, I know.
Natural 1.
Yep.
Okay.
What is
say
chill touch?
4
A D8,
total.
right?
Huh?
It's a 4 total.
4 total.
I
Okay.
think so.
Let's see. 1 second. 4 total for you. What was the damage?
Is which chill touch?
Hang on
What
1
a
second.
D8?
What the hell is happening here? I don't understand what's going on. What is your problem? There we go.
How many rolls are there?
What were you saying?
Chill touch is a D8?
What's your level? It depends. Read the spell.
6. No, I'm getting the spell right now, but
Yeah, it should be like 2 then.
I think at level 5 it increases by a d8, so I think it's 2d8.
2D8.
I think.
Yep.
If you're casting a spell, have the spell up and then ask you questions. Right. So. Okay.
7.
You've been sleeping a lot lately? It's hard. It hurts. Stretching it out. It's like, whoa. Today is not a good day to be limber. You pull a couple muscles and you're like, ah. What'd you try? You started trying to do yoga and not going very well.
7.
7 points of damage. Okay.
And then, is it still alive?
Oh yeah, it's still alive.
Bonus actions hold it dead.
Okay.
Needs to make a roll.
Yes. What is it? A wisdom?
Yeah.
14. What's your spell save DC?
I think it's a 16. 16.
16. Okay. So definitely not fails. Go ahead and roll full damage on that. Which I think is 2d12 at your level.
12.
12. Nice. Okay. It is looking very, very hurt. As you chill touch it and you immediately follow up, this loud gong echoes through the room. And you can watch as the spectral hand hit its chest and starts blackening it. This creature is weird. It has grayish, almost translucent looking slimy skin. It has snowblind wide eyes. It has long, thin, elongated features. It looks like a larger, deathly goblin creature. It's strange. It doesn't look like a traditional goblin, but it has those sorts of like long pointed ears, thin features. It has a very hunched over kind of animalistic body. It's weird, and it's after the hand hits its chest and blackens up at the front of its chest, and it starts recoiling and shrieking in pain. You hear the bell almost immediately go afterwards, and you see that the chest sort of caves inwards, and it starts, all of the blackened veins just seem to explode outwards, and you see that its entire front chest is just ruined as it's slowly leaking all of its life force. It is on death's door. All right, then they're going to be going after that. For the rest of you guys, you're going to be up next on this. Are you guys doing anything other than training throughout the courses of your days?
We do train kind of different things across the other courses. All 14 days. Me and him kind of split days where we did things on our own. And when we fought
I'm
together,
asking, are you doing anything outside of training?
Otherwise, no.
Okay, so you guys are spending all day training. How many hours are you going to dedicate per day to this?
8 in the morning and 8 towards evening for me.
8 what?
Or hours? My bad. Or no.
24 hours a day?
No.
Because that's what 8 in the morning and
Yeah,
8 in the evening
yeah.
does.
No.
You have 8 hours of rest.
You don't. That's
That's 12.
4 times 8. No.
I thought you said 8 hours on.
8 hours. 8 hours. So it's yeah. It's,
Yeah.
well, sorry, 16.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad. That's
Yeah.
bad math on my
But
part.
he'd
Sorry.
only that
Yeah,
means
no,
he'd
I don't know why, but I thought you were talking about 2 shifts of 8. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
It means he wakes up, starts
I was
training.
like, that's 32 hours. I was like, you can't do that. Anyway, sorry.
Like,
6s, 8s, and other numbers sometimes get transitioned in my head.
Oh.
You mean
Oh,
we
yeah,
don't
because
have a
I was only
hyperbolic?
8 hours.
Are they still?
No, we don't have a hyperbolic time.
Are they still 24-hour days? I just realized.
It's 25.
Technically, it's 25.
25. Okay.
But
So you got like an extra hour in
Yeah.
there. Like you just basically are going from waking moment to resting. You're gonna be training, and then the 8 hours of rest.
you know what? No, I get 6. 6 in the morning, and then 4 in the evening.
Okay, so a total of 10
Yeah.
hours. Okay. That is fine. That will not accrue any points of exhaustion since you're splitting it up. How intensively are you guys training? Are you going hard as a motherfucker all day long, or are you just
Can't stop, won't stop.
kind of training consistently?
Okay. Yes.
Consistently? Okay.
Consistent.
Over the course of the next 14 days, go ahead and make me 2 Constitution saving throws, just to make sure that you guys' bodies are able to keep up with the intense training that you guys are putting it through.
I really regret rolling these freaking green nuggets.
Also, I realized I didn't figure out what are the proficiencies now? The proficiency bonus.
Proficiency bonus, you guys are what level?
6.
6.
We should have a +2, correct?
Well, let me pull it up real quick, because it's every, if I remember correctly, it's every 4 levels.
Yeah, we should have.
Right, so you start off with a +1 at level 1. You should have a +2.
All right.
So you guys have a larger.
All right.
That's just a spider again.
Okay, for me that's a total of 17 for the first roll.
17. Okay. And the second.
My second roll. Okay, my second roll's a lot better. Wait, let me see if it's not cocked. Okay, no. 24.
24. Okay, you're good.
First one was 10. The second one was 13. Total.
10 and 13. Okay. I will have to go ahead and mark that because your your second week is going to get a small penalty for pushing yourself a little hard. Where are you? Here you are.
Proficient, why do I have to roll low?
Same, brother.
What'd you roll?
13 and 15. But...
I rolled a 3 and a 6.
Or I rolled a 3 and a 5.
Oh, wait.
Oof. What did you get total?
15 for the first one and 13 for the second one.
15 and 13. Okay.
That's
So after your test, you're going to need a day of rest. Otherwise, you're going to start accruing points of exhaustion, or you're going to start damaging yourself and losing max HP off that, because you've been going hard for a while, and the test itself is probably going to be pretty shitty too. So it'll take a little while. But we'll get back to all of that here in a little bit. Moving forward, so you are being attacked by the 3 of these guys. So let's see. What's your AC?
Thank you. 19.
19.
Are
Okay,
they
so
entering within 10 feet of me?
yes, they are.
Opportunity attack.
Okay, go ahead and make your opportunity attack.
That is 19.
19. Okay, that hits.
Do you make a saving throw, strength saving throw?
14 plus 3 is 17.
17.
That would be based off of your strength modifier. So it would be 10 plus your strength modifier plus your proficiency bonus, which is currently a +2. So strength +2 plus 10.
Okay. They save.
Okay.
And I do damage. Right?
You do damage.
Do. Four.
A 4?
Wait. Yes, 4.
4. Okay. So the one who was in the front that you were fighting at the time being gets absolutely annihilated as you reach out and you whip it across the chest as the razor chains wrap around the body and you pull, trying to throw it to the floor. It resists being thrown to the floor, and in doing so, the chains just finish carving through the little constitutional remains that are left in its chest, and you watch as the razor chains just quickly tighten, slipping through the skin, through the muscle, through the bones, and it splits it in half as it slops off to the side with a sicking onto the ground and just straight down. The other two, one of them, I think managed to get a hit off onto you. That was, what did you say your AC was?
19.
19? Just hits. Just hits. That's the wrong dice. 5, 10. You take 12 points of damage. Specifically, this is slashing damage. As one of them runs up and slashes out with both of its claws, managing to catch you as you start trying to duck and weave and bob out of the way, managing to slash across your shoulder.
Okay.
Okay, your turn.
Right. Is drone an action or a bonus action to impose a debuff?
It's a bonus action to bring out your swarm, and then it's a bonus action on a consecutive turn to swarm, or to drone.
Okay. Chill touch. The one that hit me.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for your attack.
That is plus 18.
18 to hit. That will definitely hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
That is another 7 damage.
7 damage. Okay.
And let's hold it down on it.
Okay. It needs to make a wisdom saving throw. Damn, that's a 20. That's a 19 plus 1. They have shit wisdom, but that is enough.
I think it does nothing because it's a cantrip.
Yeah, I believe it doesn't do any damage. So it is fine. The bell gongs again, this loud, deep, resonating bass, but it doesn't seem to affect it as much. It does still have the spectral hand clawing onto it right now. Right, so their turn. That definitely will not hit you, and that will not hit you. As they both reach out with their claws, attempting to scratch out at you, you manage to move out of the way using your razor chain to keep them at bay as you're slashing back and forth, parrying back and forth, back and forth. Your turn. Go ahead and have another round.
What? My brain stopped for a second.
I
I'm
was
sorry.
wondering what you were doing. It's your turn. They failed to manage to hit you.
Same thing.
Same thing. Okay.
It's one better than last time. So I
That'll
think
hit.
that hits. Yeah, the last one hit. 3.
3 points of damage on the chill touch. Okay.
Hold it in.
Okay. Let me see for his save. That is a 14 plus 1, 15. Your DC is 16. Fails, takes the damage.
Where's my D12? There. Oof. 15.
15 points of damage?
Yeah.
Nice. All right. So as the bell comes through, you watch as, in a similar fashion to the first one, the front of the chest just sort of collapses in. But this time you see it kind of almost implode a little bit as it sort of blackens in this dark web, and it sort of just crumples inwards, and you see the bone shards become exposed and crumple away, snapping as it just collapses to the ground in a heap.
Neat. That's my turn.
Okay. Just checking to see if you're moving or anything. I try and give my players all their time as I can. Your AC is what, 19?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not going to hit as it reaches out again, attempting to slash out at you, failing miserably.
Same thing with this guy.
Alright. I'm going to go ahead and roll his wisdom save.
Nope.
That is a 16 plus 1, 17, so that'll succeed on your spell save with DC.
Boo.
You failed?
Yeah.
Okay. That is cocked. 14 plus 2, 16, not going to hit you.
22 to hit.
22, and it fails. So go ahead and roll your damage.
9 damage. Chill touch.
Okay.
20 damage.
Jesus.
Dead.
Okay, you managed to annihilate the third and final one. They are now sloppy messes at your feet. Streaked through with black blood, brackish and nasty.
Hey, check out what's in there.
Okay, you go into the room. It's filled with refuse and bad smell. It has scratches all over it. It's empty. Aside from that, it just looks really nasty in there. It looks like they were probably in there for a long time.
Is there a door or anything in there?
You do see a door. It is exactly the same as the first door.
Chains?
No,
Or no, just a door.
the actual
Okay.
door that entered the room.
I'm gonna see what's on the other side of that door.
Okay. As it
Ooh.
opens up, it opens into a dark room, and as you look around, go ahead and make a perception check.
$21.
21. You see that there's a strange shimmer to the room, and you realize that the light is refracting weirdly.
Mhm.
Something is occupying this space.
I go back, I pick up a bone, and I throw it in the room.
You watch as the bone and slowly slops into it, and you watch as the bone slowly starts dissolving. You watch as the weird light kind of jiggles and starts moving forward as it slowly begins entering your room.
Can I
All right.
please- Can I?
No, it is past the door.
Darn.
Nice try.
All right, so
Worth a shot.
15 plus 5 is 20. That'll hit, will it not?
Yeah.
Okay. The gelatinous cube moves in and manages to strike you. Let's see. Oh, I opened the wrong thing. Where is my beast compendium? God damn it!
Get done.
Dun dun. Dun dun.
Done. Done.
Dun dun.
Huh?
Stop. Stop.
Oh, Dan Dan is Aiden's nickname. So
Oh, that's right.
What?
Stop.
Can't stop. Won't stop.
I'm gonna have to search for it. Stand by.
Stop.
Waiting for the booty drop.
Like, I just remember an entire game of Lucio Ball where he didn't stop saying that.
Really?
Can't stop, won't stop.
People spamming things is incredibly annoying.
My favorite one was the guy going, move yourself to the rhythm.
Mine was
Okay.
in for a BT profile.
So you're going to take 46 acid.
Oof.
I'm resistant.
You are resistant. I am not resistant, and I believe that is all of my points.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm dead.
Let's see.
Yeah.
5, 6, 3.
20 points of damage.
20 points again? Oh, and it's less dead.
It's 4d6. How much
I
health
thought
do
you
you
said
have?
46.
Oh, yeah, we thought you said she took 4t6.
No. 4d6. 4 die, 6 damage. Jesus Christ. A gelatinous cube is not going to deal 40 fucking damage to a relatively new adventurer. Jesus fucking hell.
It's an elder.
I am-
It's an elder cube.
No.
I would like to take the disengage action.
You cannot do so. You're restrained. It's going to require... Well, technically you're grappled. You can attempt to make a strength check in order to work your way out of the cube.
What's the other things I can do?
Self-destruct.
Self-destruct.
On a test.
Can I cast magic through my familiar?
You can. It's probably on you right now, so it's inside of the thing anyway. Oh, that's a fair point. It'll take that damage as well.
No, it did.
Your familiar is...
No.
Welcome to having a familiar.
It did. Yeah, I can't cast any spells right now, right?
No, I'm pretty sure you can.
I can. I'm allowed.
You should be.
When you're restrained, I thought you're not allowed because you can't do the somatic components.
Let me pull up the restraint condition.
Also, check your components, because some are just like, I say it and it happens.
Yeah, but most of these are somatic.
Mm.
Verbal somatic. Except for silent. Because that's just
Restrained
a
speed
verbal.
becomes 0, can't benefit from bonus to its speed. Attack rolls have disadvantage. And attacks against it have advantage. That's it.
I can do it.
Like if it had your body effectively...
Restrained is not the same thing as paralyzed or stunned or petrified.
Yeah, no, I just thought since you're restrained,
Or
you
bound.
can't use your arms very
No,
well.
restrained just means that your speed is reduced to 0. You can't move anymore.
You're not-
it's
yeah.
similar to grapple.
You're not being bound, you're being held in place.
Cool, I chill touch.
Okay. Your attack is at disadvantage.
Yeah. 17.
17. Let me see. Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Uh, 8 damage,
Okay.
and I will
Eight
false
damage.
life myself.
Okay. Bonus action false life. Go ahead and roll your false life.
I'll pull it up. Yeah.
Okay, so it's turn.
Do, 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 do.
Okay. Oof, 66 damage for when you're in it.
I wish these weren't so misleading.
66 damage. You wish you took the 66 damage, huh?
Dead.
It rolled pretty shitty on its roll. On its rolls.
That's my toes.
That is only 17 points. It rolled shite.
It's a good thing I false lifed myself.
There you go, son.
That was literally all of the HP I had before my false life.
So, what are you doing as you realize that it hurts more to be in this thing?
Yeah, I'll get it.
Yeah.
No, I won't get out.
What'd you roll?
1.
1? Definitely not.
You struggled.
Okay, so that was your action, bonus action?
A chill touch. Wait,
You can't do that. It's an action.
chill touch?
Yeah.
Cantrip?
You do have other types of...
No, you're right, you can. It is a cantrip.
Is summon undead an action? Yes. Yes.
Summon undead is an action, but you can't do that right now because you already spent your action trying to get
Yeah,
out.
I know. That's what I was asking.
Summon undead is an action.
I accept it. It's 25.
25 to hit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
25 damage. Off of 2d8.
I was like
6.
6 points.
Wait.
Okay.
No, yeah, 6.
6 points. All right. How much HP do you have?
3.
3?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 6d6. You're not making that.
She
Okay.
was resistant.
So, as you fall to unconsciousness, you are woken. You are healed, and they tell you that you do not rank up. As you fucking
Died immediately?
yeah.
Yeah.
You also didn't use any of your abilities, or the corpses were provided, or the summon undead to check out any of the rooms for you. You didn't use any magic. You walked straight into everything.
No, yeah, I was thinking there's probably gonna be a second room with even worse stuff. And then the gelatinous cube got me before I could go back and revive the skeletons. But that's fine.
This is why preparation is a thing. You've learned a valuable lesson. As an arcane caster, you don't fucking go yourself.
Go by myself.
Better luck next time.
Right, so you fail. Akaris, you're up.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking why you didn't summon undead and have them open doors for you.
I was
Yeah, I keep forgetting I can summon undead. And
You
then
just
when
told her everything you could do.
I know.
What I'm going to recommend for you, for everybody else, and for anybody that will ever listen to this, probably nobody but us, before going into anything that could possibly be combat, look at every single one of your abilities, your entire class, all of your benefits, all of your bonuses, all of your feats, everything you have. Build out a battle plan and figure out all the things that you need to do to prepare before you enter combat. Write them down, and then anytime you're entering combat or going into a place with danger, do them.
I'm also one of those people that just like hoards all of my abilities. Like, I can use it later. Don't use it now.
That's stupid when you're alone.
Yeah, I know.
That's how you die.
You're the guy who uses his best
It's been a constant problem.
but still save it after the final boss.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy, when you have all those Phoenix Downs because you refuse to use them in the first place.
That is exactly what
I will
I
either beat this boss with just one life, or it's not happening.
Soft reset.
I used Abby to try to get me out of that, save my abilities thing.
If you think that you can remember all of your abilities at level 3, you're wrong. You're just learning the class. And if you think that you'll remember all of your abilities because you've been playing it forever at level 15, you're wrong. You have too many. So you won't remember things if you just started your class, and you have too many to keep track of otherwise. Always have a battle tracker for yourself. Always know what all of your abilities are and prep. And if you're going in alone, use everything now. The only time you don't is if you are 100% certain that you can go into an encounter and get out if the absolute worst happens.
Yeah, I was also thinking if I summon undead, gelatinous cubes aren't great with physical damage.
You didn't know about the gelatinous cube,
No, I know. But I also saw
which is a moot point.
I saw it dissolve a bone.
Mm-hmm.
So, kind of figured it's not great with physical damage. And if I need damage, it would be probably better to use magical damage.
Sure, but you didn't do it from a particularly safe place.
No, I didn't. I did it from the doorway.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
I'm aware of the mistakes I made.
Okay, just now that we've been through this, if you make them again, you have 0 excuses. Don't do that again.
Where'd all of my...
This is how you kill your character because you are stubborn about saving abilities.
Yeah,
it's like that door monster clip
Alfie
where
still
that wizard had the scroll and he argued with them forever about using his bloody scroll. It's yes, I get it. You want to have a trick up your sleeve? No. If you're dying now, use it now.
But yeah, for the record, Alfie still has all of the potions we bought for the Abyss. They're still in her bag.
Learn to use your abilities, because you won't be able to save them for later if you're dead today. So,
I save all my Phoenix down. For the final boss. There might be a final boss after this.
she asked what you have.
Good luck.
Thanks. I'll need it.
All right, so you are brought in to a familiar room.
Okay.
Large, black, huge ceiling, etc. Same deal. You are now currently within this section. What are you going to do to prepare yourself beyond yoga, which apparently didn't go very well?
What do you mean?
I mean, was there anything else that you wanted to do as far as preparation was concerned? Because it's not like you don't have time. You're well aware you have basically a day to prepare.
Okay. I will. Skeletons and zombies. They can use weapons, right? Maybe not zombies. But skeletons have like bows and and shit.
Skeletons can use weapons. Technically, zombies can. Nobody ever really does. But that's mostly because zombies themselves have slam attacks, which usually are better than most others.
Yeah.
So it's a trade-off.
I'll ask her what kind of things can I prepare with.
Anything you have on you, and anything that takes time, you're more than welcome to do now.
Okay. I will go ahead and summon 2 zombies. Summon 2 zombies. Can I summon crawling claws?
Yes, you can. You can have a number of undead up to your intelligence modifier.
Okay, so
Your intelligence modifier currently sits at what, a 20? It's a 24, so it's a plus 7.
So I can have 7 of them.
You can have 7 total undead.
7, yeah.
You're a 6th level, and 5th level you gain summon undead, which gives you 1/8 your level. Now my calculator tells me that if you will stop it. You can have 0.75 worth. So if I remember correctly, zombies and skeletons are CR 1/4, which means you can have a total of 3 of them.
3 zombies.
3 zombies or skeletons or however you want to mix that up. And then you can have the crawling claws on top of that because they're fucking CR 0. They're not much.
I will summon 2 zombies
Okay.
and a skeleton, whom I will arm with my glaive.
Okay. Alright, so there are those that you have right there. Because they're summoned, they are summoned with all of their equipment on them.
Okay.
You can give them equipment, but whenever they're summoned with their equipment, they have their basic abilities and stuff. If you give them something extra, they can keep it, but once they disappear, all of their equipment vanishes with them. Anything that you gave them will remain, it'll just fall to the ground.
So I'll give him a glaive. And a glaive's getting a D10?
I think glaives are a D10.
Yes. D10 and it's a reach weapon.
Yeah, the D10, like a +4.
Heavy, reach, and 2-handed.
Okay. I will then go ahead and cast. I will false life myself.
Okay. You cast False Life using your Aura of Decay. Go ahead and burn one of those charges.
That's a D4 plus 4, if I remember correctly. I can't look at spells because my phone is a microphone.
Sure, yeah, I will. False Life. It is a D4 plus 4.
Cool. 7 extra hit points.
It lasts a while, I think, like an hour.
Yeah. All right. That is. That is all I can prepare at the moment. I'll ask him. Am I allowed to bring bring my steed with me, as I can't control it much like these undead.
Sure.
Okay, it's a war horse. It does what I tell it.
Sure. Made ability. False Life. Is that a concentration?
No, it's a duration, I believe.
Is it a duration?
I'll
just double check. I'm just double checking real quick. First level. Yeah, no, you're fine.
And the horse isn't a concentration either. It's a duration until it dies or is dismissed.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So yeah, you're more than welcome to.
Where are the stats for warhorse?
Skeletal warhorse.
It has the normal stats of a normal warhorse. It's just undead.
Okay. A warhorse. I have them right here. AC 11, 19 hit points, speed of 60, a slew of different stats, passive perception of 11, trampling charge, and it has a hoof attack. If you need anything, I'll give it to you as we go.
Okay. That should be it.
Right, so as she looks over the array you have, she looks over you and she says, interesting. All right. So.
Shit, can I call them laws?
Explain the abilities and traits you've gained since the last time you picked up.
I have gained new spells in the spell slots. My innate magic casting is the wellspring is a bit bigger. I can subvert damage from spells to cold.
She nods, writing things down as she goes.
As well as adding a bit of a necrotic hue to it.
Continues writing it down.
Of course, I can summon undead now. 5th level. 6th level. Did I gain anything for 6th level? Was
6th level is Charnel Touch. Or, sorry, not Charnel Touch, your Charnel Shell.
That's resistance now to necrotic?
Yes, you have resistance to necrotic. Specifically, Charnel Shell, 6th level, necrotic aura, resistance to necrotic damage, immune to disease, and resistant to curses that affect living creatures.
Okay, I would only probably know that I'm resistant to necrotic. I don't think I'd know if I was immune to disease yet at all.
Yeah, you're not sure yet.
Yeah.
No.
So I believe I am a little bit hardier against the necrotic damage now.
Okay, she notes it. What rank do you think you are?
I believe I've gained at least one. I'm not sure exactly the types of powers everyone requires to gain more than one rank at a time. It has only been about a month of growth, so I suppose that might be sufficient enough for one.
Okay. She goes over much of the same information that she gave to Titanea. Rough spells or tiers or abilities to compensate for it. She goes over a series of different things. For example, there is the consideration that, for example, warlocks
have shit for spell slots, but they do have the ability to spell cast and usually fall under the casting class, but they are also melee based, and so they have different abilities that make up for it. They're reliant on their cantrips, and they have the ability to expand those. So spell slot requirements are not always they're a recommendation for full casters. They aren't necessitated to get up to that rank.
Yeah, because I guess sometimes it can just be a really smart spellcaster and can rank up that way, right?
Yeah, they take into account a series of factors: your ability, your knowledge, your wisdom, your ability to your just general understanding of different creatures or innate abilities, your kind of sense of how strong things may be, your natural instincts, your ability to withstand different effects or abilities. There's a lot that goes into it. Some people are just fucking lucky.
Yeah.
And they take that into account as well. The Black-Eyed Spire is also, from what you've heard from your other 3 companions from the Adventurers Guild, they're more forgiving with rank ups, in the sense of if you fail, they don't have the same long ass wait time that the Adventurers Guild does. And not just because of the amount of time that it takes for them to get back around to you with a proctor, but also they put you on a probationary period if you fail, so that way you can't just keep spamming to try and come back. But they have enough people that with all the demand and everything, they've currently been backlogged anyway. They usually have that to kind of help mitigate things, but shit, when you have almost every single person trying to rank up simultaneously to force out a higher rank, it doesn't always go well. And no 2 tests are ever the same. So it's not like you can study for the test and then go in and know how to defeat the previous test.
I know.
Yeah. And sometimes it's not even a matter of being able to defeat it naturally. Sometimes you just have to increase and hone your abilities. Sometimes you just need to be faster, smarter, stronger, healthier, more constitutionally sound, whatever it may be.
Slip off a rope.
Got unlucky, man.
Man, you're doing so well.
That was so cinematic. You were doing all right, and you started going, and you started building speed, you started gaining momentum, you started getting bigger and better and better and better and better, and then it started failing and slowly slipping down until you just nat one and fucking crumbled.
Several times.
Several times, yeah.
It was paying you back for the natural 20s from beforehand.
Yep. Like out the gate, and you just built speed from there, and then
I hit a wall.
you hit a wall. Okay, so she covers a couple other questions. Most of it is about the various different things that you've gone through. Mostly, what skills have you acquired? What abilities have you gained? Have you increased your physical capacity? Or have you increased, basically what she's going through is what abilities have you gotten? What has your level ups done? And have you multi-classed? Are the generalizations that you seem to get from that. She goes through this process with you. It's only about 6 questions, and as you finish answering different things, she kind of nods, looks over her paperwork, and asks whether or not you're still partied up with Titanea.
I am.
She notes that down. As she looks it over, she says, recommendation for the next time that you guys go for promotion, or that she tries for promotion, go as a group. Sometimes going as a group gives you more, because ranking up individually is more impressive, and it's more of a testament to how well you specifically are, which allows for people who are stronger than others in parties to kind of gain ranks faster. But if one of you is lacking an area, both of you combined can get a higher team rank, because they do have personal rankings and then team rankings. More information will be given to you later on down the road as you get more and more used to the ranking system and become more prolific in the Black-Eyed Spire.
Alright. Okay.
So, she asks if you're ready.
Aye.
Okay. She goes through a similar process as a large ritual spell. Slowly starts scrawling in the ground around her as it spirals outwards, completes. Your vision fades quickly to black and then reconstitutes and clears back up as you can look around. You're in a circular chamber. It seems to be made out of stone bricking. The ground itself is a flat stone, crudely carved, amateur masons probably. As you look around, there is the room itself is about 30 feet in diameter. And it's just a flat circle with a staircase directly in front of you that seems to spiral upwards.
Oh, okay. So no other doors from what I can see?
No doors, just the staircase. It quickly spirals up out of view.
Okay. I'm going to...
The ceiling is about 20 feet above you.
Okay. I'm going to search the walls. The way I'm going to do it is the zombie is going to go first ahead of me, and I'm just following the zombie. And then the zombie, as soon as it gets to a wall, will start making, like, around the perimeter, touching the wall, which probably means it's like, you know, slump to it because it's a fucking zombie.
Okay.
And I'm basically having him check things.
Okay. Go ahead and have him roll an investigation check with just your intelligence modifier.
Oh, mine. Okay.
You're directing him, so.
That's a bad roll. 9.
9. He sloppily moves forward. You're directing his movements as you go. He makes his way across the chamber, hits the wall, and then starts slowly kind of like, he has his hand up, but it's kind of just sloppily moving along as he's shuffling across. Occasionally just as it's moving forward. It scrapes along the wall before you eventually get to the foot of the staircase. The staircase is going clockwise.
Okay. Did I find anything? He was just like
Go and roll a perception check.
pressing on things, you know, just if there was like a pressure
shield.
plate. Yeah. He's a crash dummy. That doesn't look good. No, it's the same roll. Perception.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 3.
3. I mean, you're mostly focused on trying to direct a zombie ahead of you and watching your step, making sure that you're going to the same path as he is. It's hard for you to actively look with any detail as you're trying to direct him. You're still kind of new at this.
Yeah.
So you're, especially trying to control his fine motor movements, sometimes you notice that he's not actually touching the wall and you're like, hand on the wall. So it's a process. But you get to the stairs. The stairs are there. They're simple, flat, rough-hewn stone.
Yeah. At this point, I've checked the rest. I've checked all the walls.
Yeah. You quickly did a circle around, and it doesn't seem like there's anything on the first floor.
All right, I am happy with that.
Okay.
Doug's not happy with that because that's a shitty roll, but I am happy with that.
Sure.
I can't. I'll
Do it again.
I do it again.
You
damn
can
it.
do it again.
No, it's fine. I won't sit there and push things, you know, because I understand that can get a little. I understand as a DM's perspective, it's a little frustrating when someone fails on like a perception roll, and everyone's like, "Can I make a perception roll?" And it's like, no.
I always allow it because I don't. If a party sees someone doing something, they're like, "Hey, that's a good idea. Hey, that's a good idea." I understand. I understand the mine.
It's when you tell someone to make a perception roll because they
Like
are
if
the
someone's
first,
specifically
the first person.
If someone then goes, "Guys, I don't see anything, but I'm still concerned."
Yeah, no, that's
Sure, yeah, but I understand the mine. I understand the kind of just mimicking nature of players, and if they see someone doing something, they tend to do it themselves as well.
Yeah.
So
No, I don't like to stop people. I just it's certain things, and when someone fucks up, and everyone's
what
like,
I prefer is whenever someone's going to try and make a perception check, be like, "Hey guys, I'm looking for this. Can you help me?" And then everybody rolls perception checks. It just makes things faster.
Like if someone is called specifically, like of course not everyone is going to be able to be like, oh, I got to look out for something too because he didn't state that he was looking for something. He just had to look for something.
Yeah.
I will send one zombie up the stairs first.
Okay.
Zeo will be and like go behind him, and I'm going to have him and Azeel be as effective scouting party.
Okay. The zombie sloppily about 30 seconds pass as he makes his way up. Another minute. Minute and a half. 2 minutes, and he's now out of sight as he's continuing up.
Okay. Azil,
Yeah.
through his senses, can I?
As you look through Azil, as he's making his way up with the zombie seems to just be shuffling forward. The ceiling quickly turns into a floor, and after the zombie's head breaches, you see that there is another room up here. It's dark, but Seal has true sight, as well as the zombie just having undead dark vision. Slowly work their way up. You see that there is a shifting and a shambling up here as the zombie is just plodding its way up. You hear as different things seem to have noticed. You hear the pitter-patter footsteps as what seems like a series of figures is rushing forward. It looks like the same sort of weird gray, slimy-skinned, almost goblinoid-ish looking creatures seem to be rushing at you. Specifically Zeal and the zombie. Go ahead and roll initiative for them.
All right.
And you as well, I suppose, because you're getting into this.
Zombies go right after my initiative, right?
Yes.
And then I guess I'll end it. Fuck, I can't tell if that's cocked.
You okay?
Tiki was sitting on here.
Oh, no.
It shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be?
No, that's fine.
Okay, what number is that?
As long as it's predominantly
That's a good
faced, I'm
number.
good.
It
It doesn't have to be perfectly even, as long as it is very dominantly displaying a single number.
21.
21. Okay, so you are definitely going first.
Okay.
Despite a pretty good roll. I'm a little disappointed. Okay, so what are you doing?
I will instruct everything to start moving up the stairs. Probably the horse can't do it, but if the horse can, it can certainly
The horse
try.
can. It's about 4 feet wide, this staircase, so it's... I mean, it won't have to make any dexterity saves or anything. It'll just awkwardly clop its way up there.
Okay. So the horse is going to be the last one to come up because... I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah. But
So
the
the,
crawling claws are probably going to, like... If they
They'll
can,
be moving at a snail's pace.
If they can, they'll latch onto a zombie's legs or something and, like, kind of
Sure.
like... I don't know if I can do that.
I'll say it'll cost you 10 feet of movement while they latch onto the various legs.
Okay.
Because they have to stop, wait, get on, and then go. But it's not major. So they manage to start working their way up quickly as they start spiraling.
I have 4 crawling claws. I remember that. How much HP does crawling claws have? Like 4?
And like 2.
2? Gotcha.
Crawling claws are weak as hell.
It's definitely good for trap checking.
They are, unless it's a pressure plate, because sometimes they're not heavy enough. Real raggy.
Alright, so yeah, they have 2. They have a d4 for their hit die. AC of 12 because they are tiny. They have a speed of 20, so they would comparatively move at a snail's pace.
Yeah.
But they are currently latched on, and they are moving their way up.
So everyone who's downstairs is double dashing.
Okay.
The zombie upstairs is going to go ahead and make a slam attack against the first one that it sees.
So they'll rush forward and make a slam attack?
Yeah.
Stats are up there for your reference.
And Azil is going up out of range.
So Azil will float up. The ceiling is another 20 feet, so Azil can definitely get out of the range of these creatures.
Alright. Sorry, I'm looking at what they do. What's their to hit? +3.
Zombies. Slam plus 3 to hit, reach 5. 1 target, 1d6 plus 1 bludgeoning.
13 to hit?
13 to hit does not hit.
Alright. That's the end of that turn.
Okay. It manages to like run halfway into one of them, like reaching out, and it just manages to like just get underneath.
When does it
avoid it?
When does it get my intelligence bonus to attack? Do you remember what level that is?
So at 5th level,
I can't. It's like unfortunately I can't look at any of my stuff.
yeah.
I'm throwing into the microphone.
I know.
They last 1 hour per 2 level Grim Harbinger you have. Undead. Extra hit points equal to your intelligence modifier.
Oh, so they get that already?
Yes. That's it, though.
Oh, shit. What's their HP? 22. 7. That includes...
Conjure Corpse gets an increase to their AC attack rolls and damage.
Ah, gotcha.
So that's at 9th level. Summon Undead is useful. It's definitely extra hit points to just throw at something, but they're not... I wouldn't say it's a broken ability. It's just like, hey, let me throw some really basic Undead at something. Potentially you're going to try again? Well, I don't think we'll be able to get to that tonight. Okay, yeah, you're good.
That is the
I'll
end.
follow you soon.
That is the end of the turn.
End of... Okay. Alright, so they're heading up. Total, it would be roughly... It does one full rotation. What's the circumference of a 30-foot diameter? Circumference... High. 30, not in inches, in feet. Enter. Circumference is... Why is it still in inches? What? That's not what I put. Don't you fucking lie to me. There we go. So it is basically a 94-foot circumference. So they will have 60... Actually, minus the 10 that they originally had, and because they're double dashing, I think 30 and 30. So 20, 40 feet up. What? Go away. I don't fucking care. Go away. They've gotten 40 feet up out of the 94 that they have to go. I'll call it 90 for the sake of expediency. So they have 50 more feet. They'll get there faster next round because they didn't have to stop and wait for anything. So then they'll be up. I think that they'll be up after that because that's a 60 on top of the 40, which is 100. So yeah, they'll be up there next round, but it'll take their dash to get up.
Yeah.
All right, so these three creatures fail. Actually, what's this AC? 8? No, still not enough. It was a 2. 3. Fuck you. And a 2. What the fuck is wrong with you people? These guys can't hit fucking anything. Couldn't hit Titanea. Can't hit a fucking zombie, apparently.
With negative numbers to his AC. Not negative AC, but he's got an 8.
He's got a
10.
fucking 8. Like, anyway, it's failing by the same margin with you and your zombie that it did by Titanea. It's like down by 5 each fucking time. God damn it, you motherfuckers. Anyway, they don't have a huge plus to hit. These are not powerful creatures. Anyway, moving on. So, next up is your turn. So, others are going to double dash. Are you moving?
I've been moving with them.
Okay, so you're just following the procession behind?
Yeah.
Sure.
The horse is behind. Horse is on 60 feet of movement, I think, right?
Oh, is the horse behind you? Or
Yeah,
is
the horse is behind me.
Okay. So the horse is just clopping up behind you. He's just trying to follow the party.
Trying to follow. Zombie slam. No, worse than last time.
Neither one of you can hit each other. Okay, so you guys managed to make it up. You can now see that the battle is raging. That'll fucking hit. Thank you. That'll hit. And that won't hit. Fucking Jesus, guys. 2 hits. Alright, so that is 6 points, and 4 points is 10 points. Plus 2 is 12. Plus 4 is 16. Plus 2 is 18. Or sorry, plus 2 is 20. 20 points to this undead, which has 29, right? So he has 9 hit points left as he takes 20 points of slashing damage. My resistance is correct. No. 20 points of slashing damage. as they just start slicing into this thing, carving chunks off the zombies, like, swinging around, trying to get off of them. All right, your turn. You are now up there with the rest of your ensemble. What are you guys gonna do?
2 zombies are going forward to slam, or I guess the one other zombie is going forward to join its
Counterpart.
to go slam. Skeleton gonna do the big old glaive poke.
Okay, so 3 attacks from your undead summons.
Zombie. Nope. It's below 10.
Okay.
Second zombie. That probably 21.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah, that'll hit.
So 5 plus 1, right?
Yeah. Okay. So 5 points to it.
6 points legend. Sorry.
Fuck off, Steam.
Skeleton.
How much was it? 5 points and then
6. 5 plus 1, 6.
5 plus 1, 6. Okay,
Yeah. And then skeleton is a bastard 20.
that'll hit.
11 points of, I think it's slashing,
Nice.
right?
Which one is it attacking, or is it attacking a random one?
Same.
Same.
We're gonna just focus.
Okay.
one
And
down.
total damage was 11.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's up to 17 damage on the first one. All right, and then you.
I'm going to Ray Frost.
Refrost.
Oh, that was almost an actual 20. That's a lot. That's 24 to hit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And I believe it's 2d8s now.
Yes.
4, 3.
So the same one as well.
Yes, 7 points of.
All right. You watch as that one gets ripped asunder. The zombie first slams it. 2 big slam attacks as it just kind of body checks the fucking thing, knocking it back a few feet as it reaches back. It reaches its head back up, trying to go in for an attack. You watch as it gets just impaled through the throat as the skeleton is just holding there, pinning it. You just easily Ray of Frost, and you see 2 small sparks, these lines of potent, almost dark ice-looking sort of teeny spears just reach out, and one through the head, one straight through the sternum as it shatters inside. Fucking dead, absolutely gone.
What type of action is Toll the Dead?
Toll the Dead is a bonus action.
So can I
Yes.
Toll the Dead? Whatever is the next one in line. Toll the Dead.
Sure. Read the Toll the Dead spell because
It should be a D10 or a D8 now because it's not damaged.
Okay. Yeah, D.
yeah.
D8.
So-
Is it 2D8s? Because I'm level 5 and above.
I haven't used that higher levels, so I don't remember.
Let's
a
find
cantrip
out.
progression.
Toll the Dead, Necromancy. This is
It might be
D&D
10.
Beyond, guys.
Yeah.
That sounded so like what?
Let me check it. It's
All right. Yeah, so it's 2d8. If it fails, what's your spell save DC? That's cocked.
17.
17, natural 20.
Oh, fuck.
So it succeeds.
Okay.
All right, they're gonna go ahead and make their attacks. Focus firing on that one. That's gonna hit. And that's gonna hit. There we go, guys. Finally fucking doing something. All right, so it has 9 HP left, correct?
Yes.
How do you cock a D8? God damn it. 8. Oof. So that's already going to reduce it.
Well, I
so
have to make rolls every time it goes below 0. So
Yes. That is a 8 plus 2 is 10 plus 2 is 12. 12 is the DC for the first one. It has a Constitution modifier of plus 3.
Yes.
So it needs to make a Constitution saving throw of 5 plus the damage, which was 12, so 17.
Okay.
It's not easy to beat.
Nope. False.
Okay, so that one is destroyed. You're down 1 zombie. At this point, the crawling claws would probably be there. So on the next round, don't forget to have them attack
Oh,
if you're
you're
going to have them attack.
Yeah, I will have them go ahead. They do like 2 damage, 1 damage.
It's fucking miserable. They have a plus 3 to hit, reach 5, 1 target, a D4 plus 1.
Oh, it's not bad.
I guess.
I mean, yes, they have 2 HP, but it's a D4 plus 1.
Yeah, no, I mean it's not.
Their hands.
It's not the worst.
Yeah.
It's just
They're like level.
There's a reason that they're CR 0.
Yeah.
They're like level 1 monks with all the essential parts.
God damn it.
That's fucked up. Fuck you. Alright, so they managed to take one to... Oh, the next one gets an attack. It'll just transfer over to the next zombie. That is fucking another 8. Hell yeah, man. 4 is 12 plus 2 is 14 points of slashing damage as it reaches in and fucks up the next zombie in line.
Alright.
Alright, you guys' turns.
Okay. Zombie slam. Doesn't look good. 12.
12 does not hit, unfortunately.
Skeleton. Doesn't look good. 12.
12 does not hit.
Crawling claws. What is it plus again?
Crawling claws is a plus 3.
Okay, that's 4 of them. Plus 3, you said?
Mm-hmm.
13.
13 does not hit.
Okay. Bastard 20.
That'll hit.
No. Just no. Last one. No. So a d4 plus 1.
Never mind.
2.
Never mind.
2 points.
2 points.
And then I will...
Crawling claws for the win.
Ray of Frost.
Ray of Frost. Get him. Get him.
Natural 20.
Jesus. Okay.
Woo! I'm going to go ahead and...
2d8.
7. And 4.
7 and 4 is
22.
11, 22. Jesus. So as you watch your undead cohort start trying to launch into one of these, as they quickly change target, reconvert, and start attacking, you watch as this weird grayish creature is just dodging like a pro, kind of pirouetting back and forth as he's like dancing around in his position, just slowly weaving his way out, as the telegraphed attacks of skeletons and zombies and crawling claws are not exactly difficult to see. Just mostly just keeps taking small steps back as he's just keeping out of their range, just dodging and leaving backwards. As it moves back, though, it moves beyond this kind of wall of undead in front of it, and you quickly just see it step into your line of view, and you just easily, with your Ray of Frost, you watch as one goes straight through where the heart would be, another straight through the skull, shatters inside, blasting the creature into bits, fucking ripped asunder. That one is hella dead. Woo!
There's one left, right?
There's one left.
Oh, the dead.
All right, go ahead. Let's see.
Oh.
That is an 11 plus 2, 13. Definitely not.
So 2d8s.
2d8s, as it is. Fresh as a daisy.
Oh, is that a 1? It is. Oh, that's a 2 as well.
Well,
3 points.
3 points.
But that's set up so that you can do the d12s later.
True.
Yeah. All right, so 3 points to it as it recoils from the sound, as it gongs forward. You can see it shakes its head a little bit, looks over you, and reaches forward to try and deal with this massive zombies in its way. Undead. Fucking natural 1. You guys are fucking useless. God damn it. Okay, moving forward.
Zombie. No. Skeleton. Maybe. Bastard 20.
Oh yeah. Okay.
7 plus 2, right? Yeah.
7 plus what for?
I was wondering what their plus is for skeletons to hit from the damage.
It's a strength weapon.
So
Yeah,
9.
9. Okay.
Crawling claws.
Plus 3 to hit.
19.
That'll hit.
14.
That will just barely miss.
Yeah. Natural 1.
Natural 1.
Last one, I think, right?
Yeah.
Natural 1.
Nope.
So one of them just hit.
Okay.
That is 3 points of, I think, what, piercing?
3 points. Yes. Okay.
Freight Rost.
Free rouse.
24. I
Yes.
think. No, that's a 26.
Jesus. Yes.
Yes.
As if the previous one wouldn't hit.
No, it's higher.
3. 10 points of cold.
10 points of cold damage. Oh, yeah. No, obliterated again. As you watch your defensive line taking hits, dealing hits, bits of damage are being passed back and forth, and you just spell sniper, picking them off from behind, just obliterating these tiny little things as they just get ripped asunder. You now have 3 fresh corpses just laying on the ground, slowly bleeding out this weird silvery blue, brackish blood just slowly pooling out.
Fortunately, Titan A is not yet transposed enemy deck to me. So
She's not yet.
so I have a not a useless third level spell slot as I can't upcast something,
Yeah.
but I don't have any third level spells that do damage. They're all utility.
For now. For now.
Horse is up here now.
Yeah, horse has been behind you, just kind of like staring.
How's it going? How's it going? The horse's name is Lanthor.
Lanthor. All right.
All my
That's
mounts-
right. I wrote
all
that
the-
down somewhere.
All of my mounts are named Lanthor.
I'll have to remember that. Okay. So
Cool. What's this room like?
it's identical to the one below it. It has a spiral staircase leading up.
Okay, cool. Same deal. Checking walls for shit.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check. Just a general one.
Not much better. 10.
10. The walls are scratched up. You can tell that they inhabited this area. There's small bits of garbage, mostly what looks like tiny bone fragments, probably whatever it is that they were eating at some point, long since picked clean to flesh. Beyond it just being slightly dirtier than the room below, nothing of note.
Okay. Crow Claws are gonna get back on their transports,
Okay.
and we will.
This is some fucking Star Wars shit, just hopping onto transports and stuff.
Yeah. And then this time, horse is in front of me. Just kind of want him to be a part of the next battle.
Okay.
And we will go and make our way up upstairs.
Right.
Azil is, since he can fly, he's gonna go ahead and do a quick scout. He's gonna like go up there, report to me what's in there, what he can see, and then come back to me.
Okay.
Or maybe float up and just stay on a wall or something.
Sure. So as your tiny familiar slowly...
Do you want me to make a perception for him?
Yes. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Oh, that was gonna be really good, and then it wasn't. 8.
8.
It was like 17.
Oh, 7. So as it slowly goes up the spiral staircase and approaches the 3rd floor, it looks beyond and it can see a similar room, 30-foot diameter. Dark, can tell it's dark from its true vision, just saying that there's a lack of light in the space currently. With what appears to be a large hulking figure directly in the center, currently sat down with what looks like 2 large mauls. As you look it over, it looks like a half human, half bull. You've seen things like this before. It looks like a minotaur.
Fuck. All right.
You've
So,
never fought one before, but you have seen one before.
as we are going to, as we are about to precipice the, that's not the right word.
Crest.
Yeah, crest up onto that next floor. I want Azil to be going in front of the bull man, the minotaur.
Okay.
Touch the floor, and I'm going to go ahead and cast that snare signature spell I have.
Sure. Go ahead and make a stealth check for Azil.
Not
Never mind.
bad.
Never mind.
Okay.
Okay. So the spell is cast on the floor.
All right. We will, as a group, try to attempt to fully crest stealthily,
Okay.
as stealthily as zombies can be.
Go ahead and make a roll for you, for the undead cohorts, and one for the horse.
Okay. Horse's dexterity. What is that?
Horse's dexterity. The war horse is sitting at a dex of +1.
Okay. Horse is going to be a 18. Horse
18.
is super stealthy. My horse is fucking quiet. Apparently.
Jesus.
Skeletons and zombies are going to be... The skeletons are a 10.
I think it's skeleton. It's just 1, right?
Oh, yeah,
it's
just one,
10.
sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the zombie is a 6.
it's a 6. Okay. So
For me,
+2 for the skeletons.
it's a... I'm sorry, it's not what I think it is, because it is just a straight 11, because I don't have anything in lucidity.
okay. So as the warhorse, as you've told it to slowly move up, it's just gently.
It's quieter than us.
it's just moving slow by virtue of it just being incredibly slow and no weight on it, as it is mostly ethereal. It just works its way up, resting above the edge, this little precipice in front of you, moves its way into the room, looking around. Through Azil, you can still see that, you still know, based off the communication with your familiar, that it hasn't moved yet. As you slowly move up, you can hear your boots just kind of grinding softly as you're like, but you manage to make your way up, and you can see the Minotaur just sat there, and it looks like it's sitting in a chair, just currently head down, and kind of hands resting loosely on the handles, just kind of sat in the chair, as you work your way up. And then you hear the of the bones and of the zombie just slowly making their way up as they gently move their way up. As soon as they make their way properly into the chamber, you see the head raise up. And you watch as it stands up and starts getting ready to charge.
All right.
Go and roll initiative. You guys were great until the zombies and the skeleton. You fucking... It rolled a 10. It rolled a 10 on its perception.
So I'm going last.
Okay.
6.
Okay. Let's see. So...
Yeah, but
What was that spell you
Okay.
set out beforehand?
Snare. So as soon as it charges into it, it has to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay, so 25 to 20 by any chance?
No, I have 6.
2015?
I'm low.
Oh, that's right.
6.
Now everybody goes after.
Yeah, all my summons and stuff.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Because no, that's right. Because you don't have anybody right now technically.
If it was a corpse I had crafted, then yeah.
Yeah. And it's I can't even really give the horse its own initiative either. It's just following you. Okay, so
also-
you're going second.
I also assume it moves in tandem because again the spell says I like complete like control over it. It like knows my desires.
No,
Almost.
that makes sense.
It's like Saphira level of bullshit.
Kind of.
You know.
Okay, so it is going to. Excuse me.
Man, I miss Silverothia.
Sorry, but
Like great.
So you.
You're right. Find another dragon that's as unique as that.
All right, so it's going to charge directly towards the horse.
Okay. The little snare once it goes. Oh,
That's
what size
right.
category is it?
It is a large.
I think that
Does it
Yes.
work?
Yes. Okay.
It does. Okay.
Because I know
Small, medium, or large.
Okay. What does it have to make?
Dexterity.
Dexterity
throw.
saving throw.
Or be magically hoisted into the air.
Motherfucker, really? Are you just gonna ruin all of my goddamn
He's just like,
monsters?
Listen, I'm using my
It has a dex
abilities.
of plus fucking 0. You son of a bitch. That's a fucking 4. No, it doesn't make it.
he just
It's
makes
hoisted into the air. Yeah, no, it and stands up and takes one step, and that step, almost like it's stepping on ice, immediately just straight into the air, hoisted as if it stepped straight into like an actual proper snare, lifted straight up. I think 10, 15 feet. How high does
3
it
feet.
hoist?
3 feet up. So
3 feet
they
up.
just kind of.
Yeah, so you watch as its leg gets ripped out from underneath it, and its head just kind of smacks straight onto the stone underneath where its hoof originally was. It is now mostly on its back, and it's looking up. It's
I don't know if it's
confused.
3 feet or 3 feet from it being to the ground. Leaving it hanging upside down 3 feet above the ground. Or
Okay, so it smacks onto the ground. You watch it just
Then it goes up. It's like,
get hoisted straight upwards as it has its maws just flailing around. Not very happy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be either.
Is it restrained or?
it's restrained.
Okay.
So.
Also, does it have any intelligence?
It does not. It has a fucking
Okay,
6 minus 2.
Oh no, it'd be even worse if it tried that. Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
stupid
no,
dexterity,
doesn't
buddy.
have fucking shit.
And
They're
because-
strong. They're not smart.
And because it's restrained, they have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws.
Yo,
Snare is fucking nasty.
fucking. This
But if you're
goddamn
smart, you can get out of it.
Minotaur.
Oh yeah, definitely. You have to make an Arcana check.
Sorry.
And it's just like, I'm not here anymore.
So
Alright, so
It knows everything.
the skeleton so the zombie will stay. And zombie and both the skeleton they're going to stay 10 feet out of range. So the zombie's not going to be doing anything. The skeleton's going to be poking at it with its 10-foot reach.
okay.
Um,
A large monstrosity. It has reach of 5 feet on both. Okay.
and
Yeah.
then as the skeleton pokes, I unleash my spells. My
Ray
Ray
of Frost. Okay, go ahead. I'm just gonna roll for it real quick, see if it'll fucking get out this turn, so it's cocked. So.
Oh yeah, technically it gets a saving throw right at the end of its turn.
Yeah, no, it's already a 7 at disadvantage. Natural 1. You fucking son of a bitch. Anyway.
Okay. Skeleton gets advantage on its rolls, right, when it's restrained.
Yeah.
Natural 20.
Fucking shit.
D10. 6, 12, plus 2, 14 points of slashing.
14 points of slashing. Okay.
Ray of Frost. That's good. 12 plus 7, 19.
12
12 plus
7
9,
is...
sorry, 21.
Oh, yeah, that'll hit.
8, 6, 14 points of cold.
14 points of cold. All right.
And then Toll of the Dead.
Toll of the Dead. Go ahead.
Wisdom
Oh, that's
check.
right. That's right. Are you wise at all? You have a fucking +3 in wisdom?
Because they're supposed to be wise. They're supposed to know shit about their predicament and whatever. And they're
I'm not going to argue it. That's a fucking 9. Son of a bitch.
all right. 2d12.
Why? Why do you...
2d12, right? Okay.
It's,
For
yeah, 'cause it's been
Pain and
damaged.
pleasure in equal measure.
9 points necrotic.
9 points in necrotic. Alright. So, let's see if it does anything on its fucking turn, because it can't get to anyone. 16, but it has a disadvantage. 14. What's your spell save?
That's right here in front of me. 17.
17.
Oh.
Okay, that's one round. Let's just see if you slaughter this thing. That's a 17. 3. So that's 2 rounds.
He's trying to see if we
6.
can just skip the
That's
rest of the battle.
3 rounds. Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I'm not doing this. Yeah, no. That'll be 5 rounds before it gets anywhere. It has an AC of 14. You're pretty much guaranteed to hit it with something every round. Okay, so snare.
It's a good spell.
With a dex of +0. Wow.
I chose it because I was hoping that at some point within down the line I'm going to snare and then throw a cloud of daggers on top of it. So you're just
That's
stuck
good.
there.
Yeah. No, that's nasty.
Dexterity saving throws. That's
That's
just
murderous.
So, as this minotaur is restrained, dangling in the air, it's not very smart at all, and it is swinging wildly, trying to get out of this weird predicament it's currently in. As the vines, these invisible kind of almost ethereal vines, have wrapped around it, kind of just shimmering in the light as you just annihilated from a distance. The skeleton just keeps poking, jabbing into it, managing to carve portions of it out. Thick, dark red blood starts splattering all over the place, running down its arms. It starts flicking all over the place, covering the skeleton, you, and this hot burning liquid as it just slowly covers the entire area as it slowly bleeds out as you just fill it full of holes before it finally starts twitching and flailing around in its death throes before finally the spell ends and it just motionless.
I feel kind of bad.
But you could.
You're about to die. I, of course, are checking the walls. I realize that at this point it's probably just a moot point, but it's a Karis.
Sure.
Checking
Go ahead.
walls is this fucking weird shit.
Go ahead and make an investigation check. Who are you doing this with? Are you doing this with your zombie?
Well, the zombie is just a trap seeker.
Okay, so you are also...
yeah.
Okay, I'll go ahead and have you roll an investigation check for the zombie normally, and then I'll have you roll one at disadvantage, because you're trying to maintain the zombie.
Got it. Zombie uses my intelligence, right? Or
Yeah.
uses his.
Yeah, we'll use yours.
12.
12, okay.
Okay, and then me at disadvantage. Not great. Okay, 17.
17. Alright, so...
Roll 10.
Yeah.
just real quick, so we can kind of speed the process here and then
Sorry.
forward. No, it's fine. what exactly all are you checking in the room? Are you checking for pressure plates and and the walls, or?
Yeah, basically, I'm either checking for pressure plates, or maybe there's a door. You
Okay.
know, shit like that.
Sure. As you walk around the room, you don't see anything. You don't find anything. You do note several times that the walls themselves are pretty crackly made, but you quickly move through the room.
Okay.
As you head your way up onto the 4th floor, what are you doing to prep? As far as who are you sending? What's your marching order? All that sort of stuff.
Same marching order. Azil is the scout.
Okay.
I'll go ahead
And then
make
your warhorse, and then you, then the zombies and everything?
Yeah, it's Azil, then it's going to be zombie, skeleton, warhorse, me.
Okay.
I'm bringing the rear.
Okay. So you're bringing the rear this time.
Go ahead and perception check with the Azil. Doesn't look great. It's definitely not great. 5.
5. So Azil gets up there. It's not a matter of the room being dark, but filled. It seems like there's ropes everywhere in this strange maze-like mishmash pattern of just anarchy.
Oh no. I don't like ropes. I don't like the idea of ropes. I use ropes.
That's what your previous thing was.
So Azil is up there. He sees ropes all over the place.
Are they crisscrossed everywhere, hanging?
It's anarchy. They're up, down, left, right, slanted, forward, back, crossing each other, wrapped around each other. It's anarchy.
Great.
There is no sense of cohesion in this.
I wish. I wish I had fireball. But unfortunately, I do not. Cool. We will make our way up there. The zombie and the skeleton will go ahead and cut.
Okay. So, zombie and skeleton, go ahead and have them make attack rolls real quick.
Okay. 10.
Okay, that'll hit.
And for the skeleton, natural 1.
Natural 1? Okay. Go ahead and roll damage for the
Zombie?
zombie. And it's bludgeoning?
2 points of bludgeoning.
2 points of bludgeoning. Okay. So, the zombie lurches forward and like just rakes his arms down on top of the thing, not even bothering to use his claws. He just hits the damn thing. And you watch the rope kind of like snap off of the walls and then wrap the zombie up. It needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
Gotcha. No, natural 1.
And you watch as the rope, at the very ends of it, it seems to have these weird metal pieces, kind of like two, almost like corkscrew shaped pieces, as it wraps around, and you watch it start tightening, and it starts, and you can see the rope slowly starting to twine around itself. So every round, the zombie can attempt to make a strength saving throw, or it takes a d6 bludgeoning damage, and it'll keep taking that for every round that it's inside of this thing. Go and make a dexterity saving throw. Actually, well, hang on. Okay, so yes, it does get hit. Go ahead and, well, it gets attacked. The skeleton, who entirely failed, still managed to like barely touch it with the edge of the glaive. It needs to make a dexterity saving throw as well.
Okay. Skeleton cocked. I like that 17. No, 4 plus
Okay.
like 2.
So it is similarly wrapped up. So both of them are going to take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as they slowly start getting constricted
It's not
by
fun
the
for the
ropes.
skeleton.
No, it is not.
No, it is not.
Vulnerability, right?
Yes.
It's got one HP left.
8 for me because I have plus 7 HP to them.
Oh, okay,
His
good.
intelligence modifier is added to their HP.
And do you usually roll or do you take the average?
For
hit points.
I take the average.
Alright.
If they want to roll, well, he can roll. He gets to roll for his creations. If he's a thrall sculptor, he can roll for his creations. But he's not a thrall sculptor. He's a polar vortex, which doesn't get the thrall sculpting ability. All right, so they are currently being wrapped up. Are you doing anything in this round?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and like chuck a ray of frost into the web and then duck behind something.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an attack.
18,
That'll hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
7, 15 points of cold.
15 points of cold. You throw it, and you hear a ding. It sounds like the ropes are wiggling around.
Okay.
You can hear the
How big is this room?
as the other ones are currently being crushed to death.
They
Same,
make a save,
30-foot
right?
diameter. Yes. Strength saving throw? Or sorry, not a saving throw. It's a strength check. DC 12 to break the rope.
No. For the zombie, no. For the skeleton, natural 20.
Damn, okay. So the skeleton managed to get the glaive underneath a portion of the rope and just slide it across, and it splits in half as it gets up and slowly starts rolling over, starting to stand. You watch as the rope starts writhing around and then starts inching its way towards the skeleton.
Skeleton's gonna go ahead and take a hack at it. Oh, I guess it's my turn. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, the zombie
zombie.
suffers another 1 point of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, zombies at 8. I'll go ahead and roll for the zombie to break out real
Okay.
quick. 11 plus 1, 12.
Did you not already roll for the zombie?
Yeah, last time, and it failed.
Okay, so then another round of this.
Yeah. I thought you already, because you did damage beforehand, so I thought it was a new round.
It hit, attacked, hit, got restrained, took the damage, and then back up to its turn, took the damage, because it takes the damage on its turn.
Okay.
It initially takes damage whenever it gets wrapped up,
Okay.
and then it takes damage on its turn. So then it attempted to break out. So actually, it's not its turn yet. Yeah, so belay that.
Play that. Card the
What'd you
captain.
get for the strength check?
Did not give that order. 12. Sorry, 12.
12. That's barely enough. That's exactly what it needs. It manages to and snap out of the thing. You watch as the ends start wriggling and start trying to get back up onto it. Oh, wait. Actually, go ahead and roll d6 of damage.
A d6. 3.
3. How much damage did the zombie deal originally? Like 2 or something?
Yeah.
2, 3. Okay. I need to keep track of that real quick. Okay. They're currently up. They can go ahead and get strikes if they're going to attack.
Skeleton. 12.
Oh, and this is for the first round for the skeleton, and then next round will be the both of them.
Oh, you're correct, yeah. So 12 for the skeleton.
12 points. Okay.
No,
No, 12 to hit.
12 hits? Yes.
Okay.
AC of 10.
8 points of slashing.
8 points of slashing. Okay. And originally, what did it roll on the d6 whenever it snapped with the glaive? Or did I ask you to?
Yeah, I didn't ask.
My bad. I forgot on that.
That roll would be a 6.
6. Okay. So as he stabs down at it, you watch as he managed to hit another section of it where it's currently tangled up, and you watch as it just falls limp.
Right.
All right. So next round, the zombie gets to go ahead and make his attack,
Okay.
and the skeleton can as well.
Zombie is a 13.
That'll hit, and the skeleton.
Zombie does 2 points of bludgeoning. Skeleton is a 10.
That'll hit.
6 points of slashing.
Okay.
And I'll Ray Frost.
Oh, that's right, and it's slashing damage.
Yeah.
All right. So you watch as it gets hit and immediately dissipates. You're gonna ray of frost where? Just out into the room again.
Yeah. Ray Frost.
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check as you ray of frost.
Okay. 12.
Okay. As you get up and you ray of frost, you see that the one that you had hit previously snapped and seems to be wiggling on the ground, moving towards
Oh,
the two creatures.
gotcha.
Um,
I'll hit that one instead if I can.
Okay, sure.
If you allow bastard 20.
That'll hit.
2d8s. 3, 4, and can I bonus action Toll the Dead?
Sure. Well, no, it's immune to necrotic damage. It doesn't technically take anything like
Okay.
that.
So I do it and it doesn't work.
Doesn't do anything.
God damn it.
It's,
Fair enough. It is it's not living.
It's just a rope.
Yeah.
And
I was
know that
hoping
some
it was
people
like a mimic or something.
Yeah, no, I know that some people may be like, oh, but a rope could like fray or it could rot away.
It could get moldy, I suppose.
Sure, yeah, but good luck. I mean, at that point, you're trying to age that shit.
I think constructs have immunity to necrotic anyways. And
I believe
this is
so.
an animated object. It's a construct.
Yeah, so it's fine. It's not going to be worrying about that necrotic damage. Negligible at best. What was the damage on it?
For the Ray Frost?
The Ray Frost.
I do not remember.
Scheisse.
So
go and reroll the damage. I know you hit.
Oh, it's, like for Ray of Frost.
Yeah, do you remember?
I believe it's.
No, I rolled it before. I was wondering why I rolled.
Oh.
Yeah. I know at least it's at least 4 damage because of my feet. 3, 6.
6 points. Okay. You watch this, just like it shatters a little bit of the little frost that kind of collected on it. It seems to still be squirming, trying to make its way in.
Okay.
It won't get to you yet. However, next round, your zombie and skeleton can take a swack at it if they want to.
Sure. Natural 1 there for the zombie.
God damn it.
Skeleton. Skeleton's a 2.
2. Jesus, no. Okay.
Ray of Frost is a 24.
Yeah, that'll hit.
4.
You're good.
3. Oh, okay.
They only have 10 HP. So as you Ray of Frost, you watch as it just shatters and kind of like crisps up and then hits the ground and just cracks
There's
apart.
a fuck ton of them in here.
Looking around, dozens, maybe like 100. The entire room is filled with these things.
Is it 30 foot by 30 foot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you pull up a cloud of daggers for me? Because I could sit here and be like, hey, DM, I'm going to do the single target all the time, but I feel bad already by taking up like an hour. I took it up like 30 minutes.
Cloud of daggers.
20 foot by 20 foot, right? Or is it
The good thing is that you guys are going to be going in as a group because you're already registered with the guild. So,
Fuck.
I said that the good thing is you guys are going in as a group because you're registered with the guild as a group.
And we all put it in at the same time.
Well, as long as you guys are present in the city, you guys aren't allowed to until you hit. You guys aren't. The Adventurers Guild does not allow people to take the test solo unless they are either not in a party or until they are iron ranked. Because at that point, it starts to matter.
Okay.
Otherwise, they just like work as a fucking team.
What does Trample do?
Trample for the the Warhorse.
For the Warhorse.
It is a trampling charge. 20 feet straight towards the creature. Succeed on a DC 14 strength save. Be knocked prone. Hooves is a +6 to hit. 2d6 bludgeoning. 2d6 plus 4 bludgeoning. If the target is prone, horse can make another attack with its hooves against it as a bonus action. Basically, it's what it gets to do.
Damn it. I can't cloud of daggers. I mean, I can. It's going to take forever.
Just lure everything into that small cube.
Yeah, I basically put it right there in front of me, and then just kind of like Ray of Frost, and as it's inching forward towards me, just maneuver myself until it hits the. Because as soon as it enters it, it takes 44 points of slashing.
Oh yeah, no, it's vulnerable to slashing damage. So
and how long does it last for?
Oh, you.
Sorry. I think it's a minute.
How long does it last, and how big is it?
It's about 5 foot cube.
5 foot cube.
Okay, so 1 foot, 1 foot concentration, 1 minute concentration.
1
minute concentration.
Okay. The daggers.
I bet it's
depending. Go ahead and make an intelligence check.
Yeah, because the issue here is I know there's more stuff up there. So if I burn a 3rd level spell slot, then I'm or 2nd level, then I'm kind of 10. 10 for intelligence.
10. Looking it over with what you currently have, without a large area of effect spell like a fireball or a lightning bolt or a witch bolt, something that would be able to just carve arcs through the area, kind of like a mass damage sort of spell, is either going to take a long time, or you could sacrifice maybe the crawling claws or the zombies or maybe just your warhorse and kind of like gather everything up. There aren't.
That's
there
what I'm
aren't,
thinking of doing because I can resummon the warhorse.
Yeah,
Takes 10
there
minutes,
there
or an
aren't
hour.
there aren't good options here.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead.
There's no like one spell being cast quick clean options that'll get you out of this.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have an area effect. Good
Sadly
enough.
not.
I just have a 5-foot cube.
Sadly not.
The warhorse is going to make a charge straight through the middle of the room, and as soon as it leaves and like hits a bunch of them, I'm gonna drop my cloud of daggers, or take my silver dagger out because that's the only dagger I have on me, and use throw it out and cast the cloud of daggers.
Okay. So you're going to have it run through the center of the room.
Yeah.
And you're going to have it try and collect as many as it can. And as soon as it's run all the way through the room, you're going to drop it in the center of the room, where you're going to drop the cloud of daggers.
Oh, I'm going to have it run through, and then I'm going to drop it at the entry point where it entered, because as soon as it dies, I'm assuming that all of them are going to kind of turn and then start coming towards the other live prey. That's what I'm assuming is going to happen.
So the way that the basically you're going to get the horse up onto the landing.
Yeah.
It'll turn and run directly through in a straight line, straight across the room, kind of like cutting across the diameter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if it's still alive by then, it's still good, I'm going to turn around and come straight back.
Okay.
If it can. I don't.
Go ahead and have it make just a general dexterity check first to try and avoid
Plus
getting.
one, right?
Yes. Yes.
19.
19. Okay. So the primary issue being that as soon as you are fully up on the landing, there are ropes in the way.
Oh,
So,
shit. I didn't,
Yeah. No, as soon as you're.
I assumed we were like in this area and there was like a 5-foot cube of like us just being like.
No. The entire room is filled with them.
Okay.
You have like. The only reason that the skeleton and the zombie had room at all to move up there is because they immediately ran into the first two and they were fighting on the landing. You have about 6 feet right on the landing before your head starts hitting ropes.
Okay, can we clear those out first then? We're going to clear our little path around us.
Okay, sure. Go ahead and make a dexterity check to just be quick on the draw and kill them all before they manage to actually get to you.
19 for me.
19. Okay. Easy enough. Knowing the process, you back everything back else down the way, and you just spell sniper, clear everything out that you can in this small area. So now the warhorse has a small place for it to like get up onto the landing, turn, and then begin its charge.
Okay.
Go ahead and have it make a general strength check. And because it is much larger than all these ropes, I will give it advantage. It's a +4.
Okay. Not great, not bad. Better, definitely better. 23.
Okay. It was 19 and like a 9, and then it was a 20 and a 2. I'm like, fucking choose one. What was your total? I'm sorry?
23.
23. Okay. The warhorse it needs to take. I need a dice roller for this.
It only has 19 HP.
So.
19 HP. Okay. Well, I need to see whether or not it hits. It gets hit by these. So its AC is 11.
Yeah. Not great.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, most of these are going to get it. And I'll see whether or not they manage to kill it, because it doesn't have a huge amount of HP. Each of them deal a d6. I'll say... Okay, so it manages to make it through... How far? 9, 15, 19. Okay. Single round. Okay, so it makes it to the opposite wall as it is being tied up, and you watch as it's falling because it starts getting wrapped up along the legs, along the neck, and you watch as it pretty quickly starts getting tightened up by these, and it just dissipates. They're all wiggling around, and they lay still.
Fuck. All right. While the minute is still
Make another intelligence check, just real quick.
19.
It seems, based off of your experiences with it so far, whatever attacks it,
Yeah.
they go after.
The ones on the ones that the warhorse just like there's the pathway that the warhorse just took.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably nothing on the ceiling anymore, right? Or not?
Yeah, no, there's nothing. There's a path
Yeah.
cleared for it cleared out a decent number of them. There's about 20 on the ground right now.
Okay. I'm gonna start. The skeleton is going to take out its short bow that
Okay.
it came with, and we're gonna start just kind of just hitting
Okay.
the ones. Trying to. I guess at this
those-
point, we're creating a 5 foot wide path to the door.
Sure.
Still doing the roll cloud.
Yeah. So if they come near us, they get hit by the slashing.
I need you and your skeleton to both roll a luck.
Sure. I don't know what the skeleton use my luck or.
No. Skeleton. Where's the skeleton?
It's not.
Luck, if I remember correctly, is a wisdom based. So your skeleton is a -1 on that, unfortunately.
Skeleton. 13.
Okay.
Me. 15.
15. Okay. So as you guys start clearing these out, the ropes start moving. But as they start moving, their movements are they lash and they're violent. They don't move like worms or snakes. They don't slowly crawl along. They kind of at the ends they seem to like fling up a little
Like
bit.
a leaf worm almost.
Kind of, yeah, and they just kind of squiggle around. Problem being, with as many as there are on the floor, occasionally they'll hit other ones, and you watch they detach and start falling. So it takes you a while. Go ahead and make a dexterity check for you and the skeleton.
Okay, they don't go through the thingamajigger?
Are you gonna drop the blade thing?
Yeah, the blades are there.
Okay.
Dexterity check.
1 minute? No, they'll all go through it with that. Okay, no, that's fine. I'll say, so as they start worming their way towards you, you clear them out. I'll say it takes 7 rounds before they all manage to make their way there. They aren't very fast.
Yeah.
As they make their way there and get into the blades and then get annihilated. There is now a relatively clear path, all things considered, with you being able to make your way directly through. There's one small problem. There is still a couple of ropes as you walk up.
Of course. Okay.
Because it does encompass the entirety of the 20-foot area of this room.
Got you. Fair enough. I will, me and the skeleton are going to hit those real quick.
Okay. Go ahead and make a dexterity for you and the skeleton to avoid hitting any others, setting them off.
Skeleton is a...
Oh, and a perception check from you, so you can designate which ones.
Okay.
That way they don't start
Skeleton's a
as
5.
chain reaction. That way you can pick and choose which ones you're going to go for.
Natural 20, so 21 on a perception check.
Damn. And what were your dex?
Skeleton's a 5. I am a 17.
17. That's enough to offset. So, a couple times the skeleton gets unlucky, and the arrow hits the one it's intending, but either manages to clip another one or whatever, and you make up for it by clearing out the other ones. You've managed to get through all the ropes and clear a path for you, the warhorse, warhorse is gone. Everything else. Are you going to take the time to reconstitute the warhorse?
I do really want to, but I'm afraid that the ropes are going to be little fuckers and like move, maybe. You know what? Yes, I'm. After I clear a path and I'm satisfied, I'm gonna go back down to the bottom floor, the last floor, and I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna take the hour to crush the Alexandrite and resummon my horse.
Okay, you do so. You eventually make your way back up, and you see that the room is as you left it.
There's twice as many ropes as before.
I was worried about this. Damn it! Where is it? Where is my... Oh, I never wrote all of them down. They're back here. Just kept
Cheeky
it.
grin. I love it.
Okay, so I don't take forever looking through my notes. I know I've used 100 gold so far.
Okay.
So I'll just go ahead and note that. For
I have everything that you guys got. So if you guys ever need to know exactly what is in your inventory, I have it available. What really matters is your gold. That's what you guys are primarily going to use. If you guys are ever like, hey, did I happen to have an exactly specific this thing? Yeah, sure.
Okay. We will go up. Same. No one's died yet, except that one zombie earlier. Same.
Minotaur.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
That would have wiped out some shit if the if Zeal had managed to fuck up.
Yeah, and thankfully you got really, really fucking lucky.
Yeah.
On the rolls that I had to make for the ropes the original time, because there's a pretty high chance you barely managed to scrape through that the room kind of chain reactions off of shit. But there was only 2 ropes, and it doesn't have a cumulative enough of an advantage to overcome its DC. So you were lucky.
So Zeal up. Go ahead and I'll make it that perception check as usual.
Okay.
That is a bastard 20.
Okay. Zeal comes up into the room, and as he makes his way, crusting over the edge, and gets a view of the room proper, there would appear to be 6 kind of statues set up on different points, directly across kind of diameter line from where the landing is. Across there is a simple black iron door, and in the center of the room there is what looks like a fountain. It's like a small basin, but it has a small little extension through the center that is found.
I have to recast False Life. The hour is up.
Okay.
So, damn it, less HP.
Second hour of decay charge. Burnt.
Yep. What is my normal health? 1 plus 4 is 5. So that's 68. I lost 2 HP. And or decay. Okay. So I see statues and a fountain.
Mm-hmm.
We're basically in the middle of the room if we go up on a landing?
As you go up upon the landing, you are on the edge of the room.
Okay.
Yeah, all the landings, all the spiral staircases are along the wall.
Yeah, I thought this time around you said that it was in the middle of the room, so I was like, "Fuck, we're surrounded."
No. It does go up to a landing, and then you can just see kind of like directly across the room, diameter line, and then the center of the room is the fountain.
Okay, so we will go up there again.
Oh wait, you got a bastard 20?
Yes.
Azil also sees that the statues themselves each have a different weapon, each have different armor, and each of them have their hand over their face.
That's a puzzle. Probably. Don't know if I should be going through this room blind or.
Oh, true sight.
Yeah.
There is an inscription on the door.
Do I know what it says? Or is it in a language I don't read?
It's in common.
Okay.
Does Azil?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll try to make him silent. Or not silent.
Okay, go ahead and make a stealth check.
Stealth check. Azil's natural 20.
Damn.
It's still a natural 20 because my lucidity is only 11.
Okay. Yeah. Alright. You gotta fucking.
What's that? It's all normal for me. How many times can I use my signature spell? Not many, right? Only once per long rest?
All the way down. All the way down.
Yeah.
All the way down.
It's not very organized because everything's a mess right now.
Well, you have your Black Frost and your Arctic Aura.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 things that you have right now.
Well, you gave me the, when I leveled up to 3, you gave me a signature spell.
Yes, the Black Frost and the Arctic Aura replace those. The signature spells I'm going to be changing, and I'm going to be giving it at a later level because I have a better way for it to operate off of the skills that you're going to have.
What does the Arctic Aura do?
Arctic Aura, actually, I don't think you have it yet. You're 6th level?
Yes.
Yeah.
7th level, you gain an actual aura. It lasts for 10 minutes. You can place it on yourself or away. Actually, here. What is going on?
I'm just it's weirded out right now because I'm like, because I know you gave me 2 abilities at level 3.
Yes,
like
and
those
I
other-
apologize. I've been trying to come up with the signature spells add to your spell casting. However, there are 2 major components for you as a polar vortex. That is your cold and your cold aura, your damage and damage manipulation abilities, and then there is going to be your ability to stack on unique spells. So I've given you the Black Frost to give you the ability to change things to cold, add necrotic damage, make your spells more potent, and then your aura is what's going to give you your traditional appearance as a polar vortex and start building off of your abilities to chain effects later on with your signature spells.
So I don't have the signature yet?
Unfortunately not. No. Your signature spell is going to get revamped and it's going to be replacing your, I think it's your 9th level or 11th level. I'll look at that later, but it's going to replace that and you're going to be able to chain spells off of it.
Okay.
So things are, I'm sorry, I'm trying to fuck with things right now because I'm trying not to have an overly broken class early on with just like, hey, how about I just give you a shit ton of spells and you do extra things.
Fair enough.
Trying to.
Go ahead, I'll get rid of that.
I'm also struggling with the Vanguard or the
Minotaur fight would have went
Trigger
different.
as well. Huh?
The Minotaur fight would have went different because I don't have the signature.
Oh, do you not have the snare?
No, that's my Grim signature is the snare.
Okay, I'll say for the sake of this that you have burnt a spell slot. So if you want to mark off your 3rd for the purposes of that.
Well, okay, the horse is no longer there. The horse is a 3rd level spell slot, I think.
Oh.
Wait, can I ritual cast that? I don't remember.
Let me see. What is it? Spectral Steed, I think?
Yeah.
Nothing.
And because I am retconning things, add snare to your spell list.
That's a 1st level spell, right?
I believe so. Spectral Steed, 5e, or Phantom Steed.
This is Spectral Steed from Grimoires.
From Grimoires?
Yeah.
1 second, gotta pull that up.
House of Dark is probably gonna be 9.
I feel bad.
It's actually not that late, all things
Yeah.
considered. I thought it was later.
It just gets dark outside.
Well, welcome to winter.
Yeah.
Frankly, I love it because I just prefer being awake whenever it's quiet. I'm just gonna find fucking Spectral Steed.
If I could pick up my phone without causing too much noise on the speaker.
Yeah,
Oh, like that?
please no.
Hits the phone.
3rd level, casting time, 10
Roll my
minutes,
finger at the
instantaneous, range self, conjuration, ritual. You can.
Okay, cool.
You
so I
can.
have my oh, and it's 10 minutes to cast. I thought it was an hour.
It's 10 minutes.
It's
a 10-minute
an hour for
ritual
the Phantom Steeds.
It might be.
Rituals added an additional 10 minutes.
No,
regardless of what it
no.
is.
So I still have my previous, my false life. I was thinking of the 5th
Why?
edition one.
Why are you? Go away.
The 5th edition one
Yeah, that
either
one takes
lasts for an hour or takes an hour
Oh,
to cast.
it lasts an hour, takes a minute to cast, and but if you do it ritualistically, adds another 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So you have to spend 11 minutes. If you you'd have to, if you wanted to run indefinitely on a Phantom Steed, you would have to do a ritual on a quote unquote horseback.
Yeah, it lasts an hour. It has a casting time of a minute.
Okay. I don't know where I'm getting my numbers from. I can't look at my spells, unfortunately. I just have to
it's...
completely go off blind.
Sorry.
Hey, buddy.
No, it's fine.
No, it's okay.
Nurse and I have also been working on updating the specialist sheets to add things.
Yeah.
So if you guys want to start texting us a list of things that you'd like to have on here, we're also going to have a page for spells and spell-like abilities. So that way we can expand and add so you guys actually have a physical copy of that sort of stuff. All right, so the inscription on the door. I had that up. Where did it go? It's buried in one of these fucking 1,000 windows I have up right now.
Took me up an hour.
I don't know how Matt does it with all of his sheets, because I think sheets would be an even bigger nightmare. Maybe it works. I don't. Well, he has binders.
Yeah, so he has tags on everything, and I bet he has one of those like sticky note, those little sticky note tabs that he
Probably.
like, color codes.
And can flip through.
Yeah. My mom used to do that with her player's handbook. She sticky tabbed everything she needed, whatever spells she was using. She always played spellcasters, classes, feats. Like she just like sticky tabbed everything. There were like 10 or 12 sticky tabs in the spells alone.
I have a +10 to my endurance save.
Nice. I have a +8.
Oh, it's further down. I managed to. Okay.
+8, unfortunately. So I don't have that good.
Wait, where'd you get the +10 from?
It's +2 from your proficiency, and then have a feat that lets me do a +1 to that. And I have a +7 modifier.
Oh, resilience, right? Something
There's
like that?
the draconic
Oh,
thing.
gotcha.
It's a homebrew feat that
Gotcha.
I ran it by.
I have 9. Okay, I guess I also did the same, but it's a +1 because of the luck hammer.
Nice.
Yeah, nice. I have a +10 to it.
Humble the shameless. Unshamed are the humble.
Humble the shameless. Unshamed are the humble. Fuck. Riddles, man.
I mean,
Humbled the shameless. Shameless are the humble.
Unshamed are the humble.
Unshamed are the humble. Fuck, I don't know what that could possibly mean.
same brother.
That's a spell. That's a riddle. All right. Those.
That is indeed.
There's a big chance those constructs aren't easily destroyed. Then they're there as they're there as a punishment for whatever I get wrong. Dang it. Azil's gonna go ahead and humble the shameless. Unhumble or unshamed are the humble. Fuck. Well, because shameless and unshamed, I feel like they're like almost the same words. You know?
Similar.
Shit. I have an idea.
I mean, it's a point of order in the words.
And the statues are all so like if the door's here, fountain, the statues are all like this, right?
Well, they're along the walls. They're kind of at, like, imagine a six-legged spider kind of like in those kind of points. There's one directly. So there's, if you were to make the circle into a square, there would be two directly in the center line. And then along the circle walls, there are just two more kind of like at a 45-degree angle, if that makes sense. Okay. So like you to the door, and then statue to statue in the center makes a kind of like a cross. Yeah. And then a 45-degree angle from the fountain to either side is another statue up against the wall.
Yeah. So, and there's no single point within those corners where a statue may not be there. Right. There's no corners where a statue.
Well, I mean, it's still a circular room.
Oh.
I'm just saying, like, if you were to, for the purposes of trying to imagine that there's like, if you were to, here, I'll just draw it out so I can stop sounding ridiculous. I will use whatever I have available to me. So if this is the door and this is you, there's the fountain in the center. And then directly to the right and to the left, up against the circular wall, are 2 sets of statues. So if the entire room is a circle like this. And then at a 45-degree angle from the center fountain on either side of the statues to the left and the right, there is another statue up along the walls. So it kind of makes almost like a... it makes kind of like a... If you're staring at the fountain and the door is directly behind the fountain, to your right and to your left, at the same distance forward from you to the fountain, left and right, kind of forming a cross between the 2 statues, you, the fountain, and the door, is 2 extra statues. And then on either side of those central statues, 45 degrees forward and back, there are an additional set of statues.
Okay. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to...
Because they're not like in columns flanking you. They are pressed up against the wall. They're just equilaterally along placed.
The first thing I will go ahead and do is I will make my zombie go through first. Okay. It is going to walk straight through, not stopping for anything.
Okay.
Not looking at anything, to the door.
Okay. So as the zombie makes its way up onto the platform and starts walking through, as it passes the fountain, you watch all the statues leap forward simultaneously and start striking out. The ones that get to it first are the 2 in the center, followed up by the 2 afterwards. That is a 14 plus 6 is 20. That's another 20. That's a 22. And that's a 24. Damn, good rolls across the board. 7 plus 4 is 11 for the first.
Okay, hold on. I gotta make a roll because I didn't have much.
Okay.
So I have to be a 16. No, zombie dies.
Okay. So zombie is eradicated on the first strike, and you watch as the statues return to their positions.
Okay.
Hands over their face. Make a perception check.
Yeah, Zeal's still in the room. 10.
10. Those fuckers are fast.
Yeah. This time I'm going to send the skeleton. Hold on. Humble the shameless. Unashamed. Unshamed are the humble. It's going to stealth its way.
How is it attempting to stealth?
Slowly. As carefully as a skeleton can.
Okay. Go ahead and make a stealth check.
So, +1. 2. That's 1.
2. No.
It's going to, if it matters, it's going to go to the fountain, stop, look into the fountain.
Okay. It does so. Do you order it to continue moving forward?
No. No movements from the statues, huh?
It's at the fountain. Nothing's for.
I'm going to tell it to bend over, cup the water, and drink it.
Okay.
So put it through its bones. Eject it.
You watch as the skeleton puts its hand in. Make a perception check.
18.
18. You hear bone scraping against stone as it reaches up, and there's nothing in its hand.
Oh, so there's nothing in the fountain. Or does it look like there's something in the fountain?
That you can tell? You don't know. You can't see through the skeleton.
Unless Azil is still in the room. So I was
it's still about a 15 foot in front of you, and you don't see water currently coming down.
Yeah.
You want Azil to fly up and inspect it? Azil flies up and looks at it. There's a strange thin film that's mostly opaque, that seems to kind of cover where there would be a water line. It doesn't move. It almost looks like like a soap bubble, but instead of bright and rainbowy, just kind of like a dull grayish black.
The skeleton will run its finger
Okay.
If it can.
You watch as it puts its hand in. You hear the lifts its hand out. It's just the hand.
The skeleton will hold the shameless, unashamed at all. It will continue forward to see if anything has changed.
Okay. Walks forward. They reach out.
It's gonna die.
It's gonna die.
It's gonna die. It has like 8 HP left.
Likely.
Fuck. That's the last I can do with it.
Go ahead and make an intelligence check.
So far, what I'm thinking is putting a coin into the fountain. Natural 1. So that's an 8 total.
Maybe dunk your face in it.
Maybe.
Is that what you were thinking?
Yeah.
I was thinking that too as well. Something with like the fountain.
Because it was like, that's kind of humbling. Just
Dunk your face in it.
Yeah. Sure. Sounds great.
Okay.
Natural. Sure. I'll go with it. Horse will go up there next.
Okay. Horse goes up.
Dunk your face in it.
but can you make it drink?
I can.
Not this one. It's spectral. Anyway.
I can make an attempt to. It just.
Yeah. The horse can't get its face all the way in it. The basin is like 5 inches deep, and the horse's skull is... Its snout is in there. What do you want it to do?
Dick. A stone. If it has any tongue.
It doesn't.
Cool. Raise its head out. Go to the door.
It raises its head out, walks forward, and gets annihilated.
Okay. My turn next.
I'll say, go ahead and make a perception check. I'll say, go make a perception check.
11.
11. Sorry. I forgot to do this. With the skeleton, make another.
Perception?
Yes. Because Azil has been in there the entire time.
18.
18. When the statues rush forward, they have their hand over their face. It never leaves their face. The weapons strike down, but the hand is still there.
Oh. Interesting.
So effectively, hand over the face, swings out with the weapon, and then return to their position.
Okay. Zombie, the horse is effectively destroyed, right?
Horse is gone,
Yep.
Zombie's dead. You have your crawling claws.
I do.
They cover their own eyes.
Because they have eyes.
They
rush the door.
They can't cover themselves.
They
were on the zombies and skeletons. They're probably destroyed, right?
Well, I mean,
You have them
they weren't being targeted by the thing.
Okay.
I'd say that right now they're just on the ground where they were destroyed.
They go back to the horse. If they can.
Okay.
They climb on top of the horse and they cover the horse's face with their hands.
Okay.
And the horse is gonna go to the door.
Okay. Gets annihilated.
Woo!
Go ahead and make another intelligence check because you've watched 3 epic failures.
14.
14.
Next thing I'm gonna do is probably remove the hands from their faces.
You definitely know that putting your face in the thing is not the answer.
Yeah.
Horse tried, it failed. Covering the horse's face as it passed past the fountain didn't seem to do anything. Right now the factors at play are there's a door. It has given you an inscription. There are statues that have their hands covering their face. There is a fountain with a weird liquidy film thing in it. Covering your face. There's a fountain. There's a door. You move past the fountain. Even with your face covered, you feel like you're getting stuck somewhere at the fountain. You feel like there's something supposed to be done with this fountain. Humility, shame. You can definitely say that those creatures that walked past the fountain got fucking shamed. Like,
Yeah.
that's... Sure, they've been fucking humbled, so...
I'm gonna go ahead, since it's my turn now, to die.
Okay. It's your turn to die.
I am-
What shall you do, my good sir?
Walk up to the fountain.
You walk up to the fountain. You look in.
First-
Same blackish liquid.
First thing I'm gonna do is go ahead and throw a gold coin in, see if anything happens.
Okay, so you throw the gold coin in. You hear it cling, 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 cling.
Right. Take out my dagger.
Okay.
I grab my hand and I'm gonna slit my hand and see and dribble the blood into the fountain. See if that does anything.
So you dribble some blood in there. There's like a small parting as and same thing with the coin. There does seem to be some sort of like it's a film. It's not.
I have to do damage to myself. 3 plus Dex 6.
I would say just do the weapon damage
Okay.
because you're not trying to hurt yourself. It's just
You're not trying to
the
like,
actual. Yeah, the reason you add your Dex modifier is because you're trying to use your speed and your agility to like into something. In this case, you're just drawing it across your hand. So you drip it in. You can hear it as it hits the stone, and it does seem like the film kind of like parts slightly and puts itself back together. It doesn't look like it's like water going through a bubble film. It just kind of, you see the small depression as it, but it doesn't seem to be changing anything.
So if you walk away from the fountain without humbling yourself, you're gonna get humbled. So what do I have to do to make myself an unshamed? Unshamed or the humble? The thing is there's gotta be something without the fountain. Because like I could like strip butt naked. Hey, then you're not shamed anyway.
I will say go ahead and make an intelligence check at disadvantage. You've already tried to think this puzzle through, but you have physically interacted with the fountain. 9. Your mind is kind of on a cyclic repeat. There are only so many facts here. They cover their faces. They don't drop the cover of their faces. Something about humility, something about, and you've seen your undead get shamed like a motherfucker by walking past this fountain. There's something about this fountain. Emulation, I mean, be one with the statue. Who knows? Like, it's kind of difficult here. There's definitely some sort of interaction with the fountain that is supposed to be relevant here. There's something relevant here with the fountain, with the statues. Everything's a clue, but how do you combine these factors? It doesn't seem like putting anything in is... There's a difference between an offering and humbling yourself. The words seem intentional, and the statues are a clue, but for what? What's their behavior been like? They've attacked anything that's gone past it? You have to do something with that. Your mind's on a cyclic repeat at this point. It's just re-going over the facts.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I don't know what to do about, because like, yeah, they have their faces, like, they have their hands against their faces, but like, I don't have a mirror, so if it's about looking at themselves, I can't do it. Like, it's just and again, there's something to do with the fountain. The fountain's there, unless it's a red herring, which it could be, but I don't feel like it is. So that's the whole thing, is like, I feel like I don't understand what the puzzle is at all.
Make a religion check. This would probably be teachings.
Okay. Natural 1.
Jesus.
So
what's your modifier out of curiosity?
plus 9. Well, it's
plus 9.
So.
Minus the 5 gets you to a 4. You're thinking about religious things? You've seen people with weird hats, with weird clothes, with weird just dress. If this is a religious thing, you don't really get it, but there are factors at play here. Yeah. And you've seen all the factors. At this point, you've seen that going through the steps of what you've done. You have sent someone straight through. Didn't work. You sent someone to try and put their face in. didn't seem to do anything. Of course, you can't see through anybody's perspective that isn't Azil. So you don't know if anything changed when they fucking put their hands over their heads or not, but that didn't seem to save them from going across.
Yeah.
So
I'll go ahead and try that. See if it changes for me. Like I get some magical aura shit or something like that. So I'm gonna like stick my hands in, stick my face in.
Okay.
Just real quick.
You stick your hands in. You feel the film. It's kind of a little bit cold, but nothing major. You stick your face in. Make a perception check.
4.
4. It looks like stone. It's not even. It looks like it's rough. It was roughly hewn. I don't know. Maybe there's markings. Maybe there's not. You can't see right now. Not sure. But nothing seemed to change when you put your face in. I mean, you're thinking reflections, pools of water. I mean,
Yeah.
you kind of like look up for a second, like just at the bottom side of the film. It's the bottom side of a film. I don't know. What's humbling? What's humble? What do religious people do? You don't know.
I mean, I could flog myself. I don't exactly have that though.
Yeah. Also, you haven't seen anything. You're definitely thinking along the wrong tracks here.
Can I cup this film out? Is it like a tangible substance?
I mean, as you pull your hands out, you see that there is kind of like a blackish residue, not much, and it kind of eventually kind of wisps away, kind of like hot steam, and the film just kind of like reconstitutes.
I will go ahead as a last-ditch effort, I suppose. I'm very stuck here. I'm going to go ahead and pray to Dumathon.
Okay.
A kind of typical
Prayer for guidance sort of thing?
prayer for guidance, prayer to acknowledge any of my faults, sins, stuff I've done, you know.
Okay. How do you go about this prayer?
Suppose I sit down. I go, well, suppose it's a good time for reflection. And I
Go ahead and make a recognition check. Just real quick.
I think it's just a straight 12. I don't think.
Or sorry, teachings.
Oh, teachings. That's a 19.
19. As you're sitting down on the floor, you're looking around these resplendent looking statues made of stone, yes, but beautiful garb and nice weapons with their hands over their faces, just as kind of everything about this feels very religious. And as you're kind of just sitting there on the floor, you don't exactly feel very religious at the moment. And you've seen services before. You've gone past them. You've guarded them at certain points. People kneel. They pray. They, you've been to funerals and people mourn. They put shawls over their faces. And I mean, there's a lot in religious iconography about eyes and sight and vision and penance and this kind of self-humbling as you kind of think through all of these different things. A very common theme in religious humility is kind of just bowing your head, closing your eyes, praying, that sort of thing.
That was actually what I was going to try next. I was going to take my beads, of, my necklace of Doom of Thorn. I was going to wrap around my head and like bow and like do that weird like where they kind of walk forward while praying.
Sure.
And as my last attempt.
You're standing as you're doing
so it's like well, first I give a prayer out, right? Kneeling at the fountain. I stand up. Then, if the fountain has changed. If the fountain hasn't changed, I will...
Go and make a perception check.
3.
You bow your head and you're like, this isn't doing fucking anything. You give out the prayer.
hoping that someone just screams something into your head. And right as you're about to open your eyes, you kind of like frustratedly just kind of like give a shaking sigh. And in the last second of your flickering vision, you see something where your hands were. But as soon as you open your eyes and you look around, it's gone.
I will resume prayer.
Okay. Go ahead and make another perception check with advantage as you've noticed something.
17, 18, 19.
19. As you're sitting there and you're trying to like figure this out, you're kind of like looking around, like saying, maybe there's something here now. And as you do so, you realize that in the very edges of your periphery, where your hands are, you can see a faint glittering in the bottom of the pedestal.
I will. It's below me, right?
Yeah, as you're kind of, you have your eyes closed and you're doing this right now.
Bow towards it.
Okay, so you do so, and you see that there's script. And as you move your head where your hands are, as your eyes are closed, you can see the script.
While my eyes are
moving.
closed, or?
Yeah, your eye. Well, are your eyes open right now?
Well, did I see it? If I saw it with my eyes closed, then no, they're not open.
Okay, so your eyes are closed, and you can see now from either side in your periphery, and it's weird because it's the periphery corner of each one of your eyes' vision. You can see a small piece down here and a small piece down here.
Okay. Can I try to make it out? Is it a language I know?
Go ahead and make an intelligence check.
21.
21. Two things immediately become apparent for you. One, yes, you do recognize this language. It is Dwarven. The second thing that you recognize is that you can only see this script where your hands are.
Huh. Can I open my hand? Can I open my hands like this?
Sure. As you open your hands like this, you see nothing directly through, but where your hands are, you can see thick bands of script.
Like that?
You do so, and you can see that there is, in fact, a thin line of script directly around, and in Dwarven.
This is about how long it took for me to do Ashkiv. Ashkiv had done a puzzle, not like this. It was an entirely different puzzle. And it took about an hour of me carefully doing everything. Like, looking at the same jewel at different angles for like 40 minutes. I was just like...
My first thought whenever I read that and saw the fountain was what you're doing right now.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to see it.
I have
thought that maybe you're supposed to hide your face.
Okay, so this is it's a little wordy, and it is a translation. So I've written it broken up, and I'm trying to like anyway, because if this is unclear, I apologize, because this is supposed to be a translation to English. I don't know why I was being this fucking meta with things. I should have just. I'll try and read this in a normal way, but I wrote it in a translation. I've been doing fucking languages lately. Weird fucking translations, direct translations with words. It's stupid. Anyway, so head bowed, honoring your ancestors, the pathway to your fate opens. It's the fucking simplest I can translate that back over.
Head bowed, honoring your ancestors. The pathway opens.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay. I will give a thank you to deal with Thorn. Oh, thank you. And I'm going to stand back up. I'm not going to release my head up. I'm going to keep it bowed, but I'm going to look around now.
Okay. Superimposed over these figures, you see now their hands are to their sides, and you see dwarven faces of famous historical figures on each one of these reliefs. It's kind of like a resplendent armor set, but you see the dwarven face very clearly, the long beard hanging down. It's kind of like you can see the Nazgul, but whenever you view them with witch sight through the ring or otherwise, you can see the superimposed figure of the kings above them. It would seem that
your ancestors of sort surround you.
Okay. I
This
will.
hella religious theme over here.
I will go to the two that are in the back corners, right?
Mhm.
So I'll start. I'll go to the left one, and I will bow, and I will say, "Thank you for your guidance."
Okay. As you bow and you say so, and you look back up, you see that the face has cracked into a wide smile, and there are open arms.
Okay, I'll do it to every single one.
Okay. You go through the quick process of going to each of the statues, bowing your head in thanks and gratitude, and as you go to the last one, and you lift your head up, and you see that the arms are open, you hear, and you look across, and the door's open.
Woo! That took a long time.
Yeah.
And all our resources gone.
Yeah.
Except for some crawling claws.
It felt wholesome, just like going up to him like, thank you.
Indeed.
Yeah.
It was an interesting moment.
I
That
was
was
almost inclined to just say hug it.
weird. I was trying to drop hints of imitation, emulation, of they have their hands over their face. They have their hands over their face. Even when they're attacking, they have their hands over their face. And I was trying so hard to be like, here you go.
I did have a thought at one point of Ilmater, because he has his symbols, the two hands clasped together. But I pushed that away because that was metagamey, and I had failed my religion check. So
Yeah, no, unfortunately that was just way too low. And earlier, I don't remember what it was specifically. Oh, it was when you put the blood in there, it did actually indent slightly, but you rolled a 4. And I was like, damn it. You needed an 8 to see something like in the bottom where the script was actually inlaid. And I'm like, shit! Wrong rolls, wrong times.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, everyone else did things that would have helped if they were you. But because I think you had, what was it? It was either the skeleton? No, the horse. Whenever the horse was like, had the fucking hands clasped over and like fucking put its fucking head
But
in
didn't
the
go
thing.
to each one and bow to them.
Yeah, because you can't see what it would have seen if it had.
Fair.
And I'm like, shit, none of these can you see through their vision. If it had been like a zeal, if a zeal had a corporeal form, like a monkey face, or if it was an imp or something that could like do things for you,
Just imagine
you would have seen something. But
imagine like if they
all
have,
the passive information was gained
like-
by the fucking undead. I'm like, you can't say anything.
But
that's what I was thinking. Like they were there and like, huh, interesting, whatever.
They're not intelligent. They
Mindless
can't tell
undead.
me. They can't
Exactly.
tell me.
Mindless undead. I'm
It's
like,
like-
shit.
They're not like a white that can just turn around and be like,
I see something.
Yeah. It was just like interesting. Master didn't tell me anything about this.
And
Okay.
unfortunately, you can't.
well, they can't tell me anyways. They
Yeah,
know
that's-
their
that's what I
languages, they
meant.
just can't say shit.
It's like,
So,
damn it.
yeah, I guess I will continue to the next room, being as stealthy as possible.
Right, as you stealth your way out, you are back in the testing chamber, and you see the woman standing directly in front of you. As you look back, there's nothing behind you but the remainder of the room. And she looks to you and she says, all right, well done. You have met the minimum requirements for your promotion. You've cleared all the floors, so you are now going to be promoted to the rank of Amber. And she hands you the Amber medallion.
Thank you.
As you have now reached an appropriate rank for such things, it is time that you have now spoken with a counselor of sorts. It's a career advisor that helps manage people of interest in parties with enough strength to make an actual indentation in the world. We don't bother with people who are likely to die tomorrow. Take this, and she hands you a note, and she says, return it to the desk, and at some point in the coming week, you will be called by your counselor to begin your advisement process.
Thank you.
Of course.
Take care.
She just kind of like curtly nods and kind of gestures. You know the way. You've been here before. Right? So, congratulations, you've been promoted. That took so much longer than I expected to.
We can go through our roles and get the our battle tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Next Sunday.
Do you guys want to try it now, or do you guys want to push on?
I think game has to go.
Oh yeah, that's a
Yeah.
fair point.
It's
It
already
is
been
9:40.
Sorry.
Yeah, we can do the 14 rolls we did or whatever. 14.
You can like have
Sure, we can go ahead and do
think-
your skill acquisition. I expected to be able to get through
I
everybody.
think from now on we should do me last because I take the longest always. Ashkiff took like an hour and a half.
I was
do
going
this
to
puzzle.
do it canonically as far as the time is
Yeah,
concerned.
I know, but,
but-
I feel like the best
Yeah.
way to done it would like for people going on their own individually, but
And again, to be fair, you guys are not all together at the same place as a group.
Yeah.
And even though you and Titanea are partners,
we didn't sign up together.
you didn't sign up together.
That's on the other hand.
And the Black-Eyed Spire doesn't have the rules that the Adventurers Guild has. They don't force people to work together if they don't want to. People can rank up independent of, so that way if they're pulling punches or keeping secrets from their companions, they can remain within the shadows. There's a lot of respective privacy within the Black-Eyed Spire. The Adventurers Guild is like, you guys are fodder until you prove otherwise. Go in, prove you're not fodder, and then we can give a shit about you. So unfortunately, there's benefits and disadvantages to both depending on how parties treat each other. And since you guys aren't part of the Black-Eyed Spire, they aren't like, recommendation? Maybe if you want to rank up faster going together? But it's just the two of you. So it's not a party enough for them to be like, you guys should be friends, because they don't intrude on people like that. If you guys came in together constantly back and forth, there would definitely be that piece. But as it stands right now, there is not.
they're really friendly towards the type of player that would be like, I don't want my teammates to know I have this cool
I
ability.
took an hour and a half. I'm
Yeah,
bad when it
no,
comes to when I
there's
put
definitely-
alone. I take my time.
There is a level
Just
of
rank up.
class.
Yeah. So
There's
it's
a
like
level of class
mini
and
dungeon that you do yourself.
formality surrounding the Black-Eyed Spire.
I take a long time when I do those.
Okay.
I'm very.
He's like me in the sense that I will sit down and I will ask every question that is possible to ask about a room before I'm satisfied and move on. And even then, I might decide, for the fuck of it, to pick the walls apart to see if there's anything behind it.
Every time I was in there, I kept looking at the walls, even though it was a moot point, wasn't it?
Those were, yes.
Yeah. Like every time. I am slow. I don't want to fuck up. I'm scared of fucking up.
Hey, no, man, it's fine. Like, you got your rank, you did it right, you went through, and you earned bonus points for being thorough. Like, the proctors can watch everything you're doing while you're in there, and they judge you based off of intellect, caution, luck, your ability to get through things, how you approach things. There's something to be said for the parties that can just run their way through everything. And there's also something to be said about parties that take their time and ensure success. There are benefits to both, because usually the parties are just barbarian charging through things. If they get through, holy shit, what happens if we teach them how to be smart about things?
Yeah.
Because, brute strength has its place, intelligence has its place, and especially the Black-Eyed Spire truly appreciates people who are slow, cautious, and thorough. They don't have a lot of members, and they don't like losing members, either to poaching or to the dangers of the world. They like keeping their membership, and they prefer growing people. They aren't the sorts of people who are like, no, I'm sorry, you can't learn this special spell, because if you learn this special spell, then you might misuse it. Everyone in here knows shit that they probably shouldn't. And it's almost like Vecna's Lockbox. They're wholly encouraging of secrets and nasty knowledge, provided that you can handle it. If you don't handle it, you're going to die, and you're an idiot, and you shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Yeah.
Which is why they try and teach you. They're the approach to schooling that should always be had. Here's the answer. Here's the question. Here's why you should learn how to learn the answer through the question, and here's how to do a bunch of other things. Now let's go through some exercises. Here are the rules, regulations, and guidelines. This is what you do and do not do. Here are all the answers. Now, we're not going to do this royal we bullshit. We're not going to do this M. Night Shyamalan bullshit. We're not going to be you have to go through to learn the lesson. No. They just want to make sure that you're competent, and then they teach you. Done.
Yeah.
They have no interest in the bullshit that the Adventurers Guild pulls.
Seelig did the same thing. Remember in the puzzle?
Yeah.
Seelig was the most for Austin's little one shot when I introduced Seelig for the first time. Seelig was the same way with puzzles.
It's just me as a character. I'm the same way.
Funny thing is, we were supposed to have skeletons for a guide, but the fact that
we
there were
killed
skeletons meant it was just
we
like.
freaked out immediately. The skeletons were supposed to be our guides, but
Especially because how they appeared was two people basically had themselves immobilized into the wall. Like so, it was like this is a good situation for us to be vulnerable. That means these things are meant to fight while these are stuck to the wall.
it seemed like we were gonna get stuck in the wall. We would have to fight them off. So we freaked out as soon as they moved.
I did get a crit on one throwing my club. I was just like, yeah.
God, I miss him.
I miss him too.
Interesting.
Apologies again. I really don't like taking that much time.
Don't worry about it. Honestly, that sort of caution is what I'm hoping will get me through the Dungeon of Doom.
Yeah.
Just I will ask every question. Why? Because you never know what information is useful. Question the stones on the floor? Sure, why not? Like, ask the room how it's feeling. Because what if it talks to you?
You're like, oh, thanks, no.
Does it look like the room is going to blink? Is it a mimic? Like, you never know. It's just ask the questions. Because in D&D with puzzle rooms, the only stupid question is the question you didn't fucking ask. Because that's the one that gives you the gold. Like, hey, this looks valuable on a mural. Can I rip it out of the mural? Like, you never know when a gem emplaced in a wall is supposed to be taken and used as a key for a door later on that unlocks a secret chest that you otherwise wouldn't get that has a special spell that makes the rest of the dungeon hella easy. You never fucking know what happens.
Like, it's like, oh no. When you said the spell, it made me think of The Legend of Zelda, where it's like the item for the dungeon is there. So the spell for the dungeon is there.
There are just easy things that can be done. So always ask the questions. Always ask the questions because.
Actually, I'd probably hold on if I'm putting these up.
Okay.
If Zeon was in your spot, he would have died at that fountain.
You would have just run through?
Or I would have looked down, prayed at the fountain, let that statue like, whatever, and then gone through.
Hey man, if you've been lucky with a perception check as you like prayed at the fountain, you may have seen it, but like that's kind of the point of the room is that there's got to be some sort of risk being taken, and most people go through that sort of tower alone with no servants. So they don't even get the information. If you walk past the fountain without doing something with it, you fucking die. Because you can fight those statues. They're fucking hard. Frankly, you fight those statues and win, and they'll consider you for a higher promotion beyond Amber. Because that's fucked.
What if you solve the puzzle and then fight them?
What if you like sat there looking at the scene like, I know the answer to the puzzle, you do this. However, I'm going to elect to not do that and then fight the statue.
You would earn serious fucking points because A, you fucking figured it out and you're like, you know what? Nah, fucking death to all. And just like, I am become death.
Get them all to smile and then stab them in the back.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that... Serious points for clearing the puzzle and then being like, you know what? How tough are you bitches? Ancestors my ass. And just go at it. It would be very interesting. Okay, real quick. So, you guys' roles for everything that you guys have been doing. Alright, so you haven't been training yet. Sindri. What were your roles for the 14 days for training? Was there a specific training days that you had for certain things?
No, it's just training.
Just straight training. Okay. I'm assuming combat training, so I'll just put combat training.
Yeah, combat training with the hammer.
And then, Alright, I'll wait.
Well, there's hammer training, which is you learning how to utilize a specific weapon, and then there's just training. You gain something passively over time with specific weapons, but if you're trying to learn how to use a specific weapon, that is an entirely different thing. So are you learning how to use the weapon, or are you just training with a weapon?
I'm training with it.
Okay. Combat training, what were your roles?
49, 58, 21, 58,
Just ignore
49, 55, 71, 11, 75, 8, 93, 86, 96, 47.
Okay. Real quick, Xeon.
Alright, for us two, we had actually separate days for certain things.
Okay.
We
So
did
what do you guys do?
we did have 7 days where we did practice our own things, and then 7 days where we fought each other. With
Okay.
probably kind of application of what we learned.
So I will say there was going to be a joint exercise where you guys fought together,
Mhm.
and then there's going to be a separate, I'll say solo training. Is there a specific thing that you guys are training with or training for?
I'm trying to do the cleave attack so I can attack 2 people with one.
Okay, so you have your cleave, and then you have your joint.
Yeah.
You're training what and what?
Okay, for the days that I'm not exactly like fighting with him, I'm training with mobility with my jumps, like moving through the air and like maneuvering, swinging a weapon.
Mobility. Okay. Getting ready for that fucking falling off of cliffs into certain doom thing, huh?
Yeah, level 100, just orbital dropping and just.
Yeah, you really couldn't do at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my fucking god, will you do damage? Okay, so joint training, Phaethon.
Joint training, 48,
Okay,
21,
okay,
47,
okay,
49,
okay,
59,
okay,
50,
okay.
63.
63. Okay, cleave.
You're very middle
Oh
guy.
shit! I put the fucking wrong one on the wrong person. My bad. Sorry.
If I trained that too.
I mean, you could.
Cleave with a dire flail. Just,
Jesus.
I'm expecting to tear.
Sorry, I
those
put that on the
skulls.
wrong person. I originally had it on you, and then I put joint, and I went down to Faith on and put fucking cleave. I don't know why. I'm sorry. Okay, mobility, Faith on.
78,
78,
37,
37,
6,
6,
45,
45,
70,
70,
79,
79,
26.
26. Okay. Xeon for your cleave.
Alright. 64,
64,
4,
4,
67,
67,
77,
77,
64,
64,
43,
43,
63.
63. Yeah, I got it. Is that all?
For the cleave, yes.
Okay. Joint?
Alright. 79,
79,
63,
63,
94,
94,
64,
64,
43,
43,
17,
17,
81.
81. Weighted dice! No, I'm kidding.
My 17 and 4. Oh, lucky
All of those
numbers.
fucking threes.
I mean, I almost rolled a 99.
Okay.
It was cocked though, so.
So, everything that you guys have done towards combat training, if you're training a specific thing, for example, a cleave, or attacking with mobility, or practicing just general combat with a hammer, or whatever it is that you guys may be doing at the time, it will still count towards maintaining your combat because you are still training combat. It won't advance your combat if you're training a specific skill, but it will at least maintain so that you guys don't have to worry about your skills falling off over time. Especially over the course of weeks and in months, you start losing skills. As long as you're combat training, you will maintain that. If you're just training for general combat, that gives you like +1 to your hits, or it might increase your proficiency with weapons, or depends on how you guys have gone about it, but you will gain skills passively over time as you guys continue dedicating more and more effort towards these things. Cool. So, having said that, I apologize, guys, for you guys having not gotten to your promotions yet. However, party is not in the same guild, which makes things weird. But I'm not knocking it. You guys have gone through shit and making stuff. We will get to next session.